Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you. Good morning.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. So I welcome all of you to the second day of the International Conference of Management and Social Sciences 2023, which is organized in Bali, Indonesia. Today, I'll be the moderator, and I'm Amaldev Sharma, working as assistant professor in the School of Commerce of Management, Assam Don Bosco University, India. I welcome all the participants for the conference today, and all the speakers and the listeners who will be here today. And I would like to invite Professor Dr. Divya J. Thakur, the keynote speaker of this session today, the first keynote speaker. I'd like to introduce Dr. Thakur. Dr. Thakur is working as professor and associate director in the COED, Chandigarh University of Punjab. She has worked as dean in charge and professor in School of Commerce and Management, as well as director of admissions IEC University Batti in HP from July 2022 to October 23. And prior to that, she also worked as associate professor in the Department of Business Management and Commerce IEC University in Batti, as well as equity, as well as admission officer in the previous years. She also worked as assistant professor prior to this in the Department of Business and Commerce and Management in IEC Batti in Himachal Pradesh. So, madam, I welcome you for your keynote address, and we are eagerly waiting to get enlightened by your keynote address. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Amal. A very good morning to one and all present over here. I hope I'm audible for you all. I'm audible?
Yeah,
okay.
I can hear you, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So I, Professor Divya Thakur, first of all, I would say thanks to the Miss Alicia, who have invited me as a keynote speaker for this wonderful international conference 2023. The respected dignitaries, Dr. USC, Dr. Wilson, Professor Alexander, Dr. Vibhuti, Dr. Carmen, and other participants. Kindly accept my regards from India. It's an early morning, it's 6:30, and I'm here to present the keynote speak. And currently, I'm working as a associate director and the professor in Chandigarh University. So welcome you all, and we'll start the presentation. So I'll be sharing my presentation. Just I'll take a moment. Professor, is it visible?
Yes. It's visible, madam.
Yes.
Okay.
It's visible, madam.
Okay. Thank you. Just a minute. I'll share the full screen.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope it's visible for you all.
Yes, it's visible, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay. So let's start with this topic today. How to compose a literature review indexed by Scopus. Everyone know nowadays Scopus index journals are very much important. Everyone they want their paper published in Scopus, and they have a good citations. So we will start this topic with the literature review. So I hope everyone understand what is the meaning of literature review, because before that the our thesis, before that our research paper, review paper, we have to finalize our first how many reviews we have collected and how many old the reviews, right? So we will talk about the literature review first, then we'll talk about the Scopus. So first of all, this is the first slide, Scopus, right? So just yes. So first we'll talk about the Scopus. exactly what is Scopus. I hope everyone is understanding what is a Scopus, because Scopus is a website and Scopus is an index journal. So whenever you will publish your paper, then you should have a Scopus indexed ID. Because if you have Scopus ID, then you can check very correctly where is your paper, and that is under Scopus index journal actually or not, right? So this is the main reason whenever you write a paper, whenever you go for a publish your paper, then you should have ensured that your paper should be published in Scopus Index Journal. So first of all, we'll talk about the literature review. Literature review, exactly what is this? Literature review is an article, that type of secondary literature that talk about the previously published work. That we can say that work already that published, that thesis, that research papers already published in last years, then you can take that advantage from that previous research papers. So research review papers exactly is based on the literature review. If you have a good literature review, if you have a good collection of literature review, then you can find out the findings that you have to analyze in your review paper. Then you can analyze the reviews with the analysis of the your previous papers, right? So review articles give an overview of existing literature as in the field, often identifying the specifying problems or the issues and analyzing information from the available published work in the topic with a balanced perspective. If you have a perspective, you have the knowledge of the previous research papers, review papers, and the thesis, then you can analyze your review paper with that topic. First of all, you have to find out your topic exactly, on which topic you wanted to write your research paper or your review paper. First of all, we'll talk about the review paper. So if we will talk about the review paper, then you should have a good title. If you are a fresher, if you are only involved in a first time in a research, then you should have take that title that is very much easy and understandable to you, right? So you have to analyze your, first of all, the title. Whenever you will analyze your title, then you can find out the introduction. Whenever you write the introduction about your title, then you can find out the reviews, previously reviews, and you have to collect that reviews approximate for the review paper. You have to collect at least 50 plus reviews so that you can analyze your literature review exactly, because your review paper is only based on your literature review. So it is a very much important how much reviews you have collected and how much that previously that papers published. And good research papers, if you will find out the reviews from the good research paper, then you can analyze your review paper very smartly. So whenever you write your review, then review of literature, then you have to finalize your significance, why you are going for this title, why you are choosing this title. So these analysis, you can find out the significance of the research strategy. Then next step will be your objectives. So if you will find out the objectives, then you can analyze that objectives and findings you can find out. So you have is very clearly, because type of objectives you have mentioned will be very easy for you for the analysis, right? So it's a very much important, the objectives should be clear for you. And the next step will be your findings, your discussions. Whenever you have finalized your objectives in your research, in your review paper, because first of all, we are talking about the review paper. So whenever you settle down your objectives, then you have find out the objectives according to your analysis, right? So analysis, whenever you will go, then whenever you have choose the objective that there is a difference between this and this. So why you have choose this objective, how you will find out the difference, right? So what is the formula, what is the technique you will use at the time of difference, whenever you will find out the difference. So there are many techniques, right? And there are many softwares, you can use that softwares, but this is a review paper, so you should have find your analysis according to your reviews. Previously, you have find out the reviews, that according to that, you can find out your analysis of the objectives. Then after, you can find out the discussion, because discussion is the main part in the review paper. Because whenever you write the objectives, you only have find the analysis, and after that discussion, because you can discuss your objectives in the discussion part, then conclusion, then you can find out the conclusion about the review paper, right? So it's a much important, you whenever you are writing a review paper, you have to find out your literature review exactly, and how much that literature review is old, right? Significance, your objectives, your findings, and your discussion. These are the much important steps. So I hope you can analyze that literature review very easily. And whenever you will go for the Scopus Index journal, whenever you are thinking, I have to publish my paper in the Scopus Index journal, you should have a knowledge about the Scopus. You should have a Scopus ID. If you have Scopus ID, then you can easily, and you can send your paper to the Scopus Index journal. So because there are the many Scopus fake journals, you can say that, clone journals, because there are many clone journals. Whenever the students, the researchers, they don't have any, okay, this is a clone journal, right? And a clone journal is very you can, whenever you will see the in the website, there is a, see, you can find out, yes, this is okay, and this is a Scopus Index journal. Whenever you will publish that paper, then after you see, whenever you check your name in the Scopus ID, then you can't find out your name. Why? Because that was the clone journal. So you have to worry, you have to check exactly that about the journal. And I will say you have to, whenever you will go for a publish your paper, then you should go for a Elsevier, you should go for a Emerald publications, you should go for a Taylor's and France publications, because they are the exactly and original journals, and you can publish your paper. But your paper quantity, your paper quality should be much better, because if you have a good quality of papers, if you have a good quality of research, then you can analyze, you can find out the research paper whenever you will go for a publish, right? So next we will understand the literature review, because the definition and purpose we already have understand why we will write a literature review. Whenever we don't have any data collection, we don't have any data, then we will go for a literature review. Then we will go for a review paper, right? So main components we will talk about, the whenever you have a key elements, you have written your review paper, that time you should have to mention your main key components. What are the main key components? How to write your introduction part, how to write your literature review, how to write your research methodology, how to write your analysis, and how to find out your discussion and conclusions. These are the main components. Whenever we'll talk about the components, that we think it's a very small word, but it's a very small word, but in under this word there are many components, right? Introduction part is very much important. Whenever you write your titles introduction, then you can find out there are many things that you can mention in the introduction part, because that is the introduction part, that is the main thing that show your paper how much that is strong. On after this, whenever you will write your literature review, then strength is more. And if you will find out the research methodology, what type of techniques and tools you are using whenever you are going for the analysis, then that much is very much important. What are the main components? What are the main research techniques you are using at the time of your analysis, right? So these are the main components. Then find out the critical analysis. How to critically evaluate and synthesize the findings of different studies to generate the new insights. Whenever you will work on a research paper, you will work on a review paper, you will work on a thesis, then you should have to analyze the evaluation part. How much evaluation is strong here, and how much you are finding the results accurately, right? which tools you are using, which techniques you are using, and which software you are using at the time of analysis. These are the main things that synthesize the findings of the different studies, right? Whenever we'll find out the results exactly, then we can analyze how much our research is strong and how much that is beneficial for other researchers. Whenever other researcher will go for our research topic, then how he will find out the different things from this same topic, right? So these are the critical analysis. And now we'll talk about the how to search for related studies. Now, whenever we'll talk about the search, because there are many studies, and if you can see the Google form, Google Scholars, research indicate, and if you can see the other websites, there are many publications, many research papers. Some are very authentic and very original research papers. Then we will find out the identify research database. How we will find out the identify the research database? Whenever we will have a good exploration of the database, good variety of the database, including Scopus, PubMed, and the Web of Sciences, Clarivate papers, and the Scopus Index like Taylor and France journals, then we will analyze and we will comprehensive the coverage of our research paper. Then keyword selection, if we will talk about the keyword selections, then how we will choose our effective keywords. And when there are some synonyms words, right? You have to use the synonyms and acronyms and the control of the vocabulary. These are the main things that you had started in the keyword selections. You have to select your keyword words at the time of abstract. Whenever you write your full research paper, you have to submit your abstract. That at the time of you have to mention your keywords, that most important words, like you are writing a research paper, there are the which type of most important words you are using, right? So this is very much important. And we'll talk about the Scopus Index. So Scopus Index, I already told you, you should have a Scopus ID, you should have a ORC ID. These are the most important things whenever you will check your paper is published under Scopus Index journal or not. Because many of the researchers, many of the students, they are not understanding why they have to create Scopus ID. Because I have seen under my supervision, there are many scholars. Whenever I ask the dear student, did you check your paper is published in Scopus Index journal or not? So they said, yes, ma'am, that is showing in this link and paper is published and all. So I said, did you check Scopus ID? Did you check your Scopus in Scopus website? Your name is showing, your name is showing or not? So they said, yes, ma'am, we don't have a ID, we don't have a Scopus ID, and we don't have a ORC ID. So that is very much important, because if you have IDs, if you have a Google Scholar ID, if you have a ResearchGate ID, you can find out the original publications, original research, right? So these are the criteria to select the database. Yes, any query? Anyone wanted to ask anything? Okay, okay, shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am, we can continue. I think there has been,
okay.
I think by mistake it has happened.
Okay, no issue. So Scopus Index journal is considered to be a higher scientific quality as compared to other the popular indexation services like PubMed and Avasco. Avasco is very much important. Many of the universities, many of the colleges, they are using this software Avasco. So that because with the ease of this Avasco software, many of the scholars, many of the students, they can find out the previous research papers. They can download the previous research papers very easily. See, many of the colleges, many of the universities, they are not giving the opportunity, they are not giving the that felicity to the students, the research scholars. There is a software and all. So we can analyze about the Scopus Index journal with the VASCO software, with the SPSS, with the R journal, because these are the main softwares. Whenever you will go for the analysis, then you can use these all the softwares, because these softwares are very much important. Nowadays, there is a in a PLS software that is very much new software, and you can whenever you will go for that analysis part, then you can use that software very easily, because PLS is very smart software. There is another software that is SEM model. You can check the quality, you can check the quantity according to the SEM model, that is structure equation model, because whenever you use your structure equation model at the time of findings, at the time of result, you can find out your analysis very correctly and accurate results, right? So these are the main softwares you can use at the time of research paper analysis, right? So these are the main things that we can discuss about the review paper, literature review, and the Scopus Index journals. And I have discussed the Scopus that IDs, that every student, every scholar, every faculty members, they have to check your Scopus ID again and again, and you have to mention your all the research in the Scopus IDs, in the ORC IDs. So whenever you have these two IDs, you can easily find out where are you stand, how much your citations. These are the very much important word, citation. Many of the scholars, they don't know what is citation. See, now I'll be talking about the citation. So citation means that whenever you are publish a paper, how many people have cited your paper, right? Your thesis, your any research paper, review paper. So it is a very much important thing that how many people have cited your paper, because citation is very much important. And if you got good citations, then your name will be showing in the list that generate from the word format, and you can find out your position at the citation numbers, right? So these are the main things, and these are the criteria to select a relevance, the research papers that study how much is that relevant with the Scopus Index journal, that quality and the freshness and the credibility. If we talk about the freshness, that there is consider the publication date of the studies to ensure to include the most research in your review. Because whenever you write a research paper, you write a review paper, then there should be a freshness, because freshness is very much important. Because if you have a fresh quality, if you have a fresh research paper, review paper, and it is very unique, then it is very easy to publish in Scopus Index journal, because there is some formats for the Scopus, and that formats you should have to follow. According to that format, you have to submit your paper. According to that format, you have to write your paper, and then they will accept your paper. They will give you some reviews within a time. Whenever they will find out some corrections in your paper, then you have to follow that reviews, and after that you have to submit that reviews. Then within a time, within a quality time, they can publish your paper. That is original publications, right? So data extraction and analysis method, I already introduced at the time of introduction part. How we can data extraction, how we can analyze our data, how we can use the methods, and which methods we can use at the time of extraction, right? I hope you are all understanding the data extraction. That is a systematic extract and relevant the information from the included studies using a standardized approach. If you have a standardized data, if you have everything else, your questionnaire is set, and that questionnaire as a standardized questionnaire you are using at the time of that setting of the questionnaire, you can use the data extraction. That is a very much important, because how we and you are analyze your data, and which methods you are using at the time of data extraction, right? Data synthesis, explore the various methods for synthesizing the data, such as thematic analysis, meta-analysis, and the narrative synthesis. means that thematic analysis, you have to analyze your research as a thematically, because many of the candidates, they do copy and paste in the review of literature. They are not changing the definitions, they are not changing the words. So that comes under the plagiarism. That is a very much important. That another thing I am involving in my talk, that is a plagiarism, because plagiarism is a very much important thing. And every researcher, every faculty member, they should know about the plagiarism, because whenever you will publish your paper, you will send your paper to for the journal for publication, you should have to check your plagiarism for the paper. And plagiarism, if you find out the plagiarism softwares, there are many softwares in the plagiarism, but software you should have to use. That Turnitin is very good software for the to check the plagiarism. Many universities, many colleges, they are using the Orkun. That is not exactly, you can say that that is not the good plagiarism software, but I think Turnitin is very good plagiarism software. If you will go for a Scopus Index journal for the publication, you should have to check your research paper full data in plagiarism. That is Turnitin. So Turnitin is very much important. I hope Turnitin, everyone know that Turnitin is how much important software. And after that, if we'll talk about the data visualization, that data visualization, that is the effective way how we will present your research and visually, and how many charts, how many graphs, and how many tables you are using to understanding that research paper. Because in the findings and in the analysis part, there should be a good charts, good graphs, there should be because that is showing the results accurately. Because graphs and the tables, they are the main things, they are the main things that show your paper is how much strong, your analysis is how much strong, because that analyze your everything, which objectives you have used, which data you are using at the time of analysis. So this is a very much important. So graphs and charts and the tables are very much important during your research paper, during your thesis. I am involving this next word is thesis, because I hope dissertation, I think you are saying about the dissertation. That is very much important, because whenever you write your dissertations, there are some important points we will discuss in other talk. If the management will give me another wonderful opportunity, then I will discuss about how to write a thesis and how to write a research proposal, because I have very much good knowledge about how to write a research proposal. Because nowadays, if you see, there are many projects and many scholars and students are applying for the projects. And so, because many of they are not understanding how to write a research proposal. So this is a very much important. These are the another talks. These are the another things that how to write a thesis, how to write a research proposals. So we'll discuss in another meeting whenever they give me a wonderful opportunity for the another. So next we'll talk about the main tips, that effective presentation. Now we'll talk about you are a research scholar, you are a faculty member, and you have published your good research in good paper, in good journal, right? Then what are the main effective presentation topics, main top tips you are using at the time of presentation? Suppose you are presenting your research paper, your review paper in the conference. Then these are the 3 points I have mentioned. The structuring your review. You have to mention your structure review, because there are the many formats for the reviewing the literature review, and there are many formats that the scholars are using. So you should have a good structure so that you can mention your reviews exactly and accurately, so you can present at the time of in the front of panel at the time of your paper presentation. Critical analysis. Your analysis should be accurate and it will be clearly mentioned, so that the panel, they are watching your presentation, they are analyzing your presentation, they should have a great they find out your critical analysis in your research paper accurately, right? So next point is balanced arguments. because there are many questions, many queries in front of whenever you will present your paper in front of panel, then panel have many questions. So you should sure that your question should be related to your paper. Because if your questions from the panel side will be related to your paper, then you can find out the arguments, you can find out the acknowledge, and you will explain your limitations and you will explain your literature view exactly, right? So these are the main three things that are very much important whenever you will present your research paper in front of panel. So these are the effective presentation points, right? And the last one is the conclusion and the future directions. So whenever you write your research paper, a review paper, in the last you are writing these two much important points, that conclusion of your paper and the future directions. So for the conclusion, I already told you, you have a good analysis point and you have a good that software that you have used according to your research paper. Then you can find out the findings, summary of the findings, we can say that, and you have to analyze that all the points, all the things in the findings chapter, right? And the research gap, that is very much again important topic. Research gap, whenever you will find out your results and your everything, then you can find out the research gap. At the time of literature review, we will find out in a tabular form that the research gap. In previous research, these are the research work, and in my research, these are the research works. And what is the main gap? How many gaps are there in both previous research and the current research? So this is again much important point, that is the research gaps. So you identify your research gap and purpose of future research directions, because many of the scholars, whenever you will complete your research, you will complete your data analysis, anything you can complete, then next research scholar, next any person, they will use and they will find out next research according to your topic. If you have a good topic, then the next researcher will find out the good analysis, good another things they will find out. So there will be a research gap that find out the next analysis, that find out the purpose of the future research directions, right? So now next point, that is the third point, possible collaborations. How many possible collaborations you can do? Means that I wanted to say that if you have a good collaboration work, if you have a good collaborations, that you are working with a good journal, you are working with a good as a co-author, then you can find out the good research work, because explore your potential collaboration with researchers whose work aligns with your study to further enrich your research output. Because whenever next researcher will use your research and will find out the next objectives, then they find out the next outputs, because that outputs are very much important. Whenever we will talk about the outputs, we can understand outputs are that things that we can find out next opportunity, next researcher's opportunity. So these are the three main things. Whenever you will write your conclusion, whenever you write your future directions, you can use these all the things, and everyone understand your exactly research, right? So these are the all points I have discussed, and from my side, this is the end. And thank you so much, Alicia and the management, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my research in front of the panel. Thank you so much. And I hope in next, we will definitely join the next conference and next any workshop. Then I will present my next topic, that how to write a thesis and how to write a research proposal. These two are the different topics, but very interesting for the scholars, very interesting. So I hope everyone is understanding, and thank you so much to listening me. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for the presentation. It was indeed an enlightening speech and presentation, sorry. So, I mean, all the new researchers as well as the existing researchers can now find out a way forward for publishing in Scopus Index journals. And yeah, I'm eagerly looking forward for your next session wherever it's possible, because it's such a lovely presentation you gave regarding Scopus indexation. I'm just eagerly waiting for your dissertation and proposal writing session. And I am sure that we'll be meeting all over again. I have already this thing. I feel that your slides will be shared with the participants because your email ID is already given there, so that everyone can always get back to you and in fact collaborate with you. In fact, I myself feel like collaborating with you after seeing this. Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much,
much,
ma'am.
Professor. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much,
much.
ma'am. And now we will like to start our technical session for the day in management. I would like to invite Mr. Zarin Gatti for presenting his research. It is interplay of research attitudes towards research productivity as mediated by research skills based for EC research and dashboard tracker management. Mr. Zarin Gatti, if you're ready, please start your presentation.
I'm here. Can I be heard clearly?
I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am Mr. Zarin A. Gadi. I am the research coordinator of San Felipe Catholic School. I am a professor of educational research in Jose Rizal University and a PhD student at St. Joseph College of Quezon City. I'm here to present my research work on the interplay of research attitude, research skills, and research productivity. The output of the study culminated to a research and development dashboard tracker, an innovation in the area of research management inspired by my earlier studies on the basic education on research skills and research attitude. The contents of my presentations are as follows. My interest in this study stems from a question I asked during a virtual training session I conducted on a university. Instead of a mere question, it was an open-ended statement. The statement says, I am a researcher because of my. Their answers revealed 5 important themes, and it truly embodies the transformative power of research. Productivity on publications, the collaborative attitude of the researchers, the ability to tell the story behind the data, the efficiency in collecting research data, and the expertise in designing methodologies. While these qualitative data findings are strongly relevant to the specific group of individuals studied, we cannot deny the profound resonance that the themes evoke when contemplating our own paths. What truly drives us to become researchers? Countless scholarly works and studies have delved into the qualitative aspects of one's research interests, yielding insightful citations that further amplify these themes. However, my curiosity has revealed yet another promising research opportunity. As researchers, we are driven by our inherent value of expanding our knowledge in our discipline. We engage in research to enhance productivity within our field, and it is our skills that enable us to conduct meaningful studies. But what if these 3 elements, our attitude, our productivity goals, and research skills interact and shape our overall view towards research? Moreover, how do our research skills impact our productivity? Could they serve as limitations or challenges that hinder our progress? This study aims to understand the statistical interplay on the role of research attitude, research skills, and research productivity among the Faculty of Arts, College of Education at Jose Rizal University, as inspired from the result of the basic education thesis from San Felipe Catholic School. Regardless of the research experience, tenure, and exposure to research activities, they were the target respondents of this study. Moreover, the study aims to explain the mediating value of the research skills to the interplay of research attitude and research productivity. Lastly, the results of the data will be used in creating a research dashboard and tracker on the research productivity on the Faculty of ACE. This research will seek to answer the following problem. 1, the level of research attitude of the respondents. 2, the level of research skills of the respondents. Number 3, the level of research productivity among respondents. Number 4, the statistical difference on respondents' research skills and research productivity when grouped according to the height and low of research attitude. And lastly, the analysis on the mediating value of research skills to the interplay of research attitude and research productivity. The hypotheses of the studies are as follows. To objectively measure the influence resulting from the assumed interplay among research attitude, research skills, and research productivity, a quantitative research design was employed. A descriptive correlational study was conducted to examine the relationship between variables and provide insights into how one variable may predict the other. The research instrument used by the researcher was a researcher-developed tool which underwent evaluation and validation by experts from institutions such as the Graduate School of Dr. Carlos S. Lanting College, the National Teachers College, and Arellano University, all hailing from the Philippines. The reliability of the instrument was assessed using a Cronbach alpha test yielding to a high result of 0.92, indicative of a strong internal consistency. The slide shows the profile of the respondents, and majority of the respondents are part-time professors with master's degree. The most represented group is the History and Social Sciences Department, followed by the Languages and Sciences. The mean scores indicate that the level of research attitude for each category. It is interesting to note that the participants exhibit a positive research attitude as indicated by the mean score of 4.56. These findings shed light on the general mindset and priorities of the respondents regarding research. However, it is interesting to note that the area of research efficacy, which reflects the participants' confidence in their research abilities, has a slightly lower mean of 4.01. This suggests that there may be room for improvement in terms of participants' self-perceived effectiveness in conducting research. The overall level of research attitude among respondents is 4.56, which means that the respondents has a moderately high average in terms of their attitude. Now, for the research skills, the overall research skills is 4.34 with a verbal description of average. It explains that the respondents are not new in the process of doing research. The level of research productivity shows that except for the accomplished and published research category, most category got an above 50% favorable response in terms of their research productivity or outputs. Let us proceed now to the most exciting part of my study, whether such variables interact or relate with one another. Using a Kruskal-Wallis test, it demonstrates a significant difference in the level of research skills among respondents when they are grouped according to their research attitude. This indicates that the level of research skills of individuals are significantly different when we look on the highness or lowness of their research attitude. The result confirmed the foreign results of Garancio et al. In 2019, Saunders and Jamieson in 2020, and Toquero in 2021, that in the context of the Philippine setting, the high research attitude impacts significantly on the ability of the researcher to perform his research competence. However, when examining research productivity, the grouping based on research attitude does not significantly impact the researcher's capacity to complete or generate research output. In other words, regardless of their research attitude, researchers exhibit similar levels of productivity. While research attitude may not directly impact productivity, it remains critical in shaping researchers' mindset and approach to their work. Now, let us understand on the mediation test where the research attitude is the independent variable and the research productivity is the dependent variable. In the absence of the mediator, the beta value of 3.302 and the value of alpha of 0.003 explains that there is a statistical relationship between attitude and productivity. These results explain why a positive attitude may lead to an increased productivity. However, will that be the case always? Will that be the case? The picture below came from the previous slide when the mediator is not present. Let's look what will happen when the mediator research skills was gradually introduced to the interplay. The first part shows that research attitude alone could not influence productivity. What happened to the model after inserting the mediator? Research skills pulled research attitude significantly and made the attainment of the research productivity more significant. The statistical results aligns with the discussions of Bru et al. And Marmion et al. In 2016 and 2017 respectively, where they explained that the conceptions of the research on doing research is shaped by the ability to do research and its motivation to contribute on the field. Moreover, they added that being a researcher should never be as solely identified because one was able to publish or present a research, but researchers must be identified on their skill set and expertise. A competitive set of research skills is indeed a gem on a research team. So what is the implication of this in the area of management? These are the summary of my findings. This result culminated to a dashboard, a dashboard tracker that traces how budget affects or how the budget, the training affects the research skills and research attitude. As you can see from the dashboard that I'm showing to you right now, it is the output of the interplay of the three variables that I mentioned earlier. Next, I was able to design a scoreboard that will track the performance of a researcher per school year and what are the areas of improvement that he or she may still be founding on himself as he go on in his journey as a researcher. Lastly, a developmental training program will suffice the need as it explains how research attitude influences research productivity through research skills through the R2P program, the Research to Productivity program. I'm proud to say that the R2P program is the mother program of San Felipe Neri Catholic School in developing researchers, both students and faculty. This is a tiered research productivity program that assesses the skills of the researcher and designs an appropriate training addressing the needs of the researcher to strengthen his skill and at the same time for collaboration purposes. Once again, this is Mr. Zaren A. Gadi. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you, Mr. Gadi, for an insightful research that you have presented. Thank you so much for giving us your research and sharing with us your findings. I would like to inform the members today that Professor Alexander Bull, Professor for Business Administration, IU International University of Applied Sciences, Germany, is the evaluator of today's session. I welcome Professor Bull for in this session. I now invite the next speaker, Sarah Devi, for her research in the area of research. Sarah Devi, are you there? Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Okay, fine. So I now invite Sarah Devi for her presentation. Yes, you can start the presentation. You are not audible. If you can hear me, I'm this thing. What about the others? Can others hear it?
No, we don't hear it.
Yeah,
No, there's no audio.
yeah, there is no audio.
There's no
Professor,
audio actually.
okay. Alicia, if you can just drop a message to Sarah Debbie in case she's not aware that it's not audible.
Hello, sir. Kindly proceed for the next presentation, please.
This is not working out, right?
So kindly proceed for the next presentation.
Next presentation. All right. All right. I'd just like to request Professor Sarah Devi to please try a bit later because there has been an issue, technical snag here. I would like to now invite Dr. Arnoldo Magdao. Yeah.
Hello,
for
sir.
this-
Good mo-
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
good
very
morning,
good
sir.
morning. Good
I'm
morning.
here.
Yeah. Please
Yeah.
continue with your presentation.
Wait, sir.
Yes, we can view your screen. We can also
Is
hear
my
you.
presentation visible, sir?
It is visible. It is visible.
Okay.
You are also it's audible also. So please
Okay.
continue. Yeah.
Okay. So before I start my paper presentation, let me show to you this slide as an overview of my discussion. So imagine yourself standing in the middle of a bustling city, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and the sounds of traffic and people rushing to and from. As you make your way through the crowds, you can't help but notice the businesses that line the streets, each one seemingly more successful than the last. However, you also can't help but wonder how these businesses got to where they are today. Did they face any challenges along the way? Did they undergo any significant changes that ultimately led to their success? So this thought lead you to think about the concept of change within businesses, particularly when it comes to leadership transitions. You wonder how organizations navigate these transitions, especially when there is a possibility of resistance from employees who were loyal to the outgoing leader. You begin to realize that change management is crucial for business to stay competitive and successful in today's fast-paced world. So as you continue on your journey through the city, you came across a education institution named College of Our Lady of Mercy of Pulilan Foundation Incorporated. So you learn that the school is currently undergoing a leadership transition, which could potentially bring about a significant changes within the organization. You wonder how the school is responding to this change and how it will impact their decision making and performance. So intrigued by the situation, I decided to pursue a study on the topic leadership, trust, knowledge management as predictors of organizational performance, a strategic input in transitional management. So again, good day, everyone. This is Arnoldo G. Magdao, the Vice President for Administration and Student Services of the said school, your researcher and presenter for today. So as you can see on your screen, so this slide presents the abstract of the study, which will be discussed in detail as we proceed with the result and discussion in the description slide. Okay, on figure 1 or conceptual framework, it shows the employee respondents department classification and the
Sorry,
managerial.
Dr. Arnoldo, please, recheck.
Yes, sir.
Your slide is not moving.
Oh, my slide is not moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although we can hear you properly, your slides are actually not moving.
Wait, sir, can I repeat it again?
Yes, no problem, no problem.
Wait.
Alicia, if you can hear me, is it visible to you?
Is my slides now moving, sir?
No, I'm not seeing. What about the rest? Alicia, can you?
No, the slide is not moving.
Not moving. I think it's common to
Okay.
all then.
Can I ask help from the host
Organizers?
since I gave already
Yes.
the okay.
Yes. Alicia, if you can hear, ma'am, if you can please share the slide of Dr. Arnoldo.
I will stop the screen share. I will request Dr. Arnoldo to share it once again.
Okay, wait, sir. Stop sharing. Okay.
Can you reshare, sir?
I already stopped the my screen share, sir.
Just a second.
Okay, thank you. Hmm. Hello. Do you want me to try again if the slide?
Can you try again, because it is
Okay.
happening the same from our side as well.
Okay.
Just a second. One of my colleagues is trying it.
Wait, sir. Wag na lang siguro.
I think there is some problem with the PowerPoint presentation, because it is not happening. It's not opening from our side as well. Can you try it once again, Dr. Arnoldo?
Wait, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Anglo, if you can have a PDF version also, you can do that because there is an issue with the PowerPoint and maybe PDF may help. Shubhranshu, I think, is that possible?
Now, can you try to move the slides?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is my slide moving?
It's changing.
slides are
Yes, yeah,
moving.
it's
Can I
moving. Yes,
continue?
Yeah,
Yes.
please continue. Please continue.
Okay.
छाड़ी जाई परिवेन थोड़ा.
Okay. So I will continue now, sir. So as you see in the figure 1, which is the conceptual framework, it shows that the employees' respondents, department classification, and the managerial assessment variables may impact organizational performance. So this slide presents the research methodology from the research design, respondents, instruments, data gathering procedure, and data analysis and statistical treatment. So for my result and discussion, so align with the objectives. Align with the, wait, I will open my camera. Okay, so align with the objective of the study as reflected in the left side of the slide. Table 1 shows the college respondents frequency and percentage distribution per department. So result shows that most respondents were faculty members, approximately 67%. So with 13 employees, or roughly 19% of the total, the administration department had the second highest response rate. On table 2, displays the rank mean and standard deviation for the responses on leadership attributes among 69 participants, with a mean score for leadership of 6.22 on a 7-point Likert scale and a standard deviation of 1.14. The data indicates that employees share a consensus regarding the traits of an effective leader. So in contrast, a leader must lead change within an organization, receive a lower rank with a mean score of 6.10, and a standard deviation of 1.29. So this could indicate that employees may be concerned about managing organizational change. Okay. So table 3 provides the responses on trust management. So the mean value and the standard deviation suggests that most of the employees have a positive attitude toward their leader and trust in their abilities. So having found that transparency is the most valued quality, followed by leaders' ability and competence, honesty, and reliability, while consistency is the least valued quality in building trust among people. So this ranking could help guide leaders' development and effort to improve trust among employees. So on table 4 displays the 5 knowledge management statements: mean, standard deviation, and rank. So specifically, the range of mean score for each statement is 5.99 to 6.01. So this indicates that the majority of participants agree that knowledge must be localized and that effective knowledge utilization involves a set of roles and skills. So the findings support that significant emphasis on knowledge management is essential for competitiveness and organizational performance. Okay. So on table 5, it depicts the employee responses on organizational performance with a mean score of 6.01 and a standard deviation of 1.53. The participant gave the statement, the ability to produce desired result should be an important part of any organization, and that is the highest rating or ranking. So this indicates that most respondents consider the ability to achieve desired objective an important feature of any organization. This information can shape organization priorities and decision-making processes. So to strengthen its competitive edge, the college may prioritize improving its graduates' caliber, its services effectiveness, and its employees' well-being by cultivating an atmosphere conducive to organizational performance. So an analysis of variance was conducted to compare the mean of operational performance score across positions or department. So the result showed a significant effect of position or department on operational performance scores. However, it is not possible to determine which specific group are significantly different from each other. Thus, the need of conducting a post hoc test. So a post hoc test using Taki's HSD test was conducted to identify significant differences between the means of operational performance scores across position or departments. The result showed a significant difference in means between position or department 1 and 4, indicating that employee in position or department 4 had higher operational performance scores than those in position or department 1. So no other significant differences were found. So the multifold regression analysis shows a significant relationship between the combination of the three predictors: the leadership, trust management, and knowledge management, and operational performance with a R-square value of 0.967. This means that the combination of these predictors can explain 96.7% of variation in operational performance. So also the trust management and knowledge management coefficient are statistically significant. The p-value of less than 0.05, indicating a strong positive relationship between these predictors and operational performance. So this suggests that a trust and knowledge management increase, so does our organizational performance. So the coefficient indicate that for every 1 unit increase in trust management, there is a corresponding 0.438 unit increase in operational performance. And for every 1 unit increase in knowledge management, there is a corresponding 0.638 unit increase in operational performance. So the coefficient for leadership is not significant at 0.05 level, meaning that the relationship between leadership and organizational performance is not statistically significant. However, the marginally significant p-value of 0.068 suggests that there may be a possibility or possible relationship between leadership and organizational performance. But further research would be needed to confirm this relationship. So this slide shows the proposed operational plan based on the result of the study, which led us to conclude that organizations should develop and improve trust and knowledge management practices to enhance their overall performance. So here are the slides for the references used in my study. So thank you for listening. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Arnoldo, for the beautiful presentation and a very insightful presentation with proper statistical analysis. So since Dr. Sarah, the next presentation will be me myself, that is Amandeep Sharma. So I'll be sharing my screen and try to get the presentation shared. All right. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and I'm presuming that it's visible also. Hello,
Yes, yes,
it's
yes,
visible, no? And the slides are moving.
yes. everything
All
is-
right, thank you so much. So, background of this, the background of this study is that in India we have the idea of startup revolution. So in this process, what happened is various government subsidies are given in various startup companies and various startup agricultural produce. Here, one question that comes into picture is the northeastern region of India, specifically the largest city, that is the city of Guwahati in India, is basically following a diet that is based on animal-based protein. So is pumping in extreme subsidy in mushroom-based products as well as non-conventional mushroom products really a policy that has to be followed? So for a ground reality of this, this research has been carried out. So the name of the paper is Behavioral Intent to Adopt Mushroom and Mushroom-Based Products by Restaurants and Cafes and Individual Consumers in the City of Guwahati, a ground assessment for mushroom industry and policy makers. And I have co-authored this paper with the School of Commerce and Director of the School of Commerce and Management, Assam Don Bosco University, Professor Vibhuti Jha. I'll just start off with the idea here, with the biography here. I am an assistant professor in the School of Commerce and Management, Assam Don Bosco University in India. And my co-author is my director of the School of Commerce and Management, Professor Vibhuti Jha, who's also working in the same university. Now, the abstract of the study as given this thing, the idea is to get an idea of the consumers of mushroom. So the first consumer of mushroom will be the individual customers and also the restaurants and cafes. Most it is in the, as per the preliminary study, it is the maximum consumer of your mushroom products in the city of Guwahati is the restaurants and cafe operators. So this has a study is a three-stage survey that is carried out. The first stage survey is carried out on restaurant and cafe operators. We call that the B2B survey because they're selling it to business. The second is called the B2C survey. It is based on retail consumers. And finally, to validate the result of the B2C survey, we have used a scale called the Alternative Food Neophobia Scale, which is developed in the medical sciences so that we can get a holistic idea of the thing. So that is the main idea of the research. Now, a summary of the findings here itself is given is that the perceived behavioral attitude and perceived behavioral control impact the behavioral intent for the B2B survey, and the behavioral intent of the B2C survey is impacted by behavioral attitude, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control. And the food neophobia scale has strongly suggested that alternative mushroom products are usually avoided by the consumers. So how do we do this? How the study is carried out. The first idea is, because we are talking of behavioral intent, we are using the precursors of the theory of planned behavior as developed by IM in 1991. And to study the receptiveness of people for unconventional products, we are using the food neophobia scale, which has been employed in medical sciences. So the three-stage surveys are given here. So the research model that is here is the precursors of the theory of planned behavior, the theoretical underpinning of the research, the attitude towards the behavior, the subjective norms and perceived behavioral control as per the hypothesis that we have suggested, is that they positively impact the behavioral intent to consume mushroom products. And these hence forms the three hypotheses for the two surveys, the first two surveys. And for the third survey, it's the alternative food neophobia scale, which has this two-factor model as designed by the researchers, in the previous researchers, and the four of them are about approaching a particular type of food, and the remaining four are about avoiding a particular type of food. So the hypothesis for the first survey, that is called the B2B survey, carried out on restaurant and cafe operators, as I have shown in the research model, behavioral attitude, subjective norms and perceived behavioral control is presumed to have a positive impact on the behavioral intent to consume or serve mushroom to the customers by the restaurant and cafe operators. And the hypothesis for the second survey is exactly same. Okay, And that means the three precursors are having a positive association for the behavioral intent to consume mushrooms by individual customers. The methodology for the first survey is that the constructs are measured are the attitude towards the behavior, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control. The 5-point Likert scale has been employed here, which is anchored by strongly disagree and strongly agree. Since the scales are in the form of composites, because basically the three precursors, that is attitude towards the behavior, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control, are actually latent variables. So we have measurement variables for it. So that's why advanced analysis of composites have been employed to check the hypothesis that has been developed. The first stage is, because we are talking for advanced analysis of composites, so the first stage is to assess the distribution, because some distribution assumptions are there in structural equation modeling. Then the measurement models are tested for reliability and validity. And then finally, once the reliability and validity of the measurement models are established, the structural models is assessed and the path significance are determined. Based on that, we have used advanced analysis of composites. So we are trying to find out the predictive validity of the model. For the same is exactly the same thing, because just the only difference is it's carried on retail consumers. For the food neophobia scale, another the scale that has been used is the 5-point Likert scale here again. Now, as I have already told you, this has been developed by health and public health researchers. So that's why it's basically a medical questionnaire that we are using here. And these questions are administered on the consumers, that means the retail consumers or individual consumers of survey 2, so that they can be cross-validated with the model that we have devised. So let's talk about the findings based on the the survey that we got. The first one, as we said, the normality test with the distribution assumptions we have to check. So the Shapiro-Wilk test, Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, as well as Mardia's test have indicated the data obtained is not normal. Hence, we have gone for an appropriate structural equation modeling, which is the advanced analysis of composites. And we cannot go for the covariance-based structural equation modeling because the data is not normal. Based on the advanced analysis of composites, we have found out that the Cronbach's alpha, the conventional reliability measure, but having a limitation of tau equivalence. That's why the other relevant measure for reliability is the composite reliability, also known as the Dillon-Goldstein's rho. These have both exceeded 0.70, hence the data is reliable, and hence we went forward for the establishing the validity of the model. The average variance extracted is above 0.50, and hence conversion validity is established, and that means that the latent variables, that means the measurement variables have converged into the latent variables. Talking about the discriminant validity, the famous Fornell-Lurker criterion, wherein the square root of average variance extracted has to be greater than the off-diagonal elements, we have found that the discriminant validity is established. Based on the advanced analysis of composites, the two other validity measurements is the finding of cross loadings. This also revealed that the loadings of the intended constructs are higher than the others, and that's why the discriminant validity is established. The most reliable discriminant validity, as developed by Hensler, is the heterotate monotoid ratio, HTMT ratio, for partial least squares, and that has also shown that each and every variable is less than 0.85, and hence the discriminant validity is established. So this is the structural model. Because the reliability and validity is established, we went for assessing the structural model. The model is given here on the screen, and we have seen that the t values in the arrows, means the major arrows that we have, 2.955 and 2.32 is more than 1.96. That's why so the first and the third hypothesis are supported, but the second hypothesis is not supported. So that means if you look at it, the behavior intended to offer mushroom is positively affected by behavioral attitude as well as the perceived behavioral control, but not the subjective norms. That's why peer and reference group do not have much significant impact for restaurant and cafe operators to prefer mushroom-based products. The Q square here obtained because we have used the partial D squares here. So that's why we can have the predictive power of the model. The Q square is above 0, and that's why the model has predictive power. Coming to the second survey, the B2C survey, we have seen, based on the three normality tests of Shapiro-Wilk, Kolmogorov-Smirnov, and Mardia's test, that the data is normal. since we have obtained normal data in the B2C survey, that is the retail consumers, we have gone for assessing the confirmatory factor analysis. And based on this, we have realized that confirmatory factor analysis is valid, and that's why advanced analysis of composites have also been employed, although we could have employed the normal structural equation, the covariance-based structural equation modeling, but for the similarity between the two studies, we have stuck to advanced analysis of composites, as well as to get the predictive relevance. We have to get this Q-square value. That's why advanced analysis of composites is taken. The results of CFA has been shown here. The model fit and the exact fit, as well as the fit measures are there. The comparative fit index, CFI, is more than 0.9. The Tucker-Lewis index is also more than 0.9. The standard root mean square residual, as well as the RMSE are within the limits of 0.05 and 0.08. RMSE is within the limit. And of course, AIC and BIC, there's a KIK information criterion and Bayesian information criterion is not very relevant here, because we are not comparing models here. But once a model can be compared, then we can talk about these values. The results of CFA, chi-square by degrees of freedom, is 2.99, which is below 3. That's why it is valid. The comparative fit index and Tucker-Lewis index are above 0.9. This means that the model has proper fit. Now, as a point of penalizing the model, the standardized root mean square residual and root mean square approximation are always there. They are all below 0.5 and 0.8, so the appropriate model fit has been achieved. Now we advance towards the structural model. Okay, so based on the evidence of structural model, we have realized that the Cronbach's alpha and composite reliability is more than 0.7. Additionally, the average variance extracted is above 0.5. Thus, convergent validity is established, just like the previous study. Cornell-Locker criterion also suggests that the discriminant validity is established. Cross-loadings as well as HTMT ratio has also showcased that discriminant validity is established. So we went for assessing the structural model. In this structural model, we see that the three hypotheses are all supported. So if you look at the arrows, the first two arrows that we see means 4.6, 2.1, and 4.277. This means that it's all exceeding 1 point. The t values of all is exceeded 1.96. Hence, all the hypotheses are supported. So that is the behavioral intent has is actually affected by the attitude, the behavioral attitude, the subjective norms, as well as the perceived behavioral control. And based on the Q-square, it is more than 0, and hence we have predictive power. As a result of which, it is true that individual consumers have favorable attitude towards mushroom. But the idea is, although having favorable attitude is important, how only they will accept it based on their dietary requirements. Having favorable attitude is one thing, but the quantity of consumption is different thing. So for that, we went for the food neophobia scale on this. In this case, we have seen that only a meager 8.87% has propensity to consume unconventional food, whereas the remaining are avoiding unconventional food, such as mushroom biscuits, mushroom pickles, candies, and all those things. Therefore, heavy subsidies for unconventional mushroom products is not required as of now. This is what we can tell to the policymakers. So this is what the whole conclusion is. The attitude towards consuming mushroom is quite normal and positive of the consumers. However, it is only for normal mushroom dishes, not the unconventional mushroom dishes. That's why, to avoid overfunding of startups and over-subsidization of startups, the government should only encourage traditional mushroom cultivation and traditional mushroom processing rather than going for unconventional mushroom products. This is what the conclusion of the study based on statistical evidence that we have done. Thank you so much for listening. Any questions, please? All right, any questions, please? All right, I presume there are no questions. So we move on to all right, so we'll go to the
Excuse me, can I ask one question?
yes, please.
I'm Dr. Leo Olarte.
Yes.
Thank you for that very wonderful presentation.
Mhm.
I believe that the mushroom industry in that area
Yes.
of Guwahati
Guwahati, yes, in India.
is good because of the Brahmaputra River. And there is a saying that the mushroom from the city of Guwahati is a good medicine for erectile dysfunction. I would like to hear the validity of this observation from the speaker. Thank you very much.
This thing, it has been there, but there are conflicting reports in medical studies. Means some research has talked about the efficacy, some have shown that it's not much effective. So because there has been some conflicting research, so that's why 100% validity cannot be established. But anyway, the mushroom is quality is very good, consumption is there, but again, the people here, as per the research has suggested, and people are actually basing their diet on animal-based protein rather than mushroom-based. So as per your thing, because there are conflicting reports, we are not very sure whether this can be validated across everywhere.
Thank you very much, Professor Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, then I will just start. Mr. Are you ready?
Dr. Amnan, we are unable to hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yes.
is better.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yeah. Please invite the next participant.
Oh, that's good. I'm inviting the next participant. Juabili Rachao, are you there?
Yeah, we will be playing the video for Dr. Chuabali.
All right, fine, please.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Today we'll be discussing the comparative analysis on the number of on-time renewal of licenses in one of the government revenue generating agencies in the Philippines between months in 2022 and same months in 2023. This is authored by yours truly, Mr. Juabili P. Racho and Dr. Wilson Cordova. About the authors. I am the Assistant Secretary for Peace and Order for the Department of Interior and Local Government, Republic of the Philippines. I own 5 companies engaged in different products and services. Formerly and current leader in 10 organizations, founder of 3 national organizations. I am an MBA student in San Pedro University, an MPSA student at the Philippine Public Safety College. While my co-author, Dr. Wilson Cordova, LPT, is the Associate Professorial Lecturer at De La Salle University, Graduate School of Business, San Pedro University, and University of Santo Tomas. Research Director, Graduate School of St. Joseph College of Quezon City, Philippines. Abstract. This is a study about the increase in the license registration on time renewal of a revenue-generating government agency in the Philippines when it introduced opening its office or started processing or transacting on weekends. The objective of the study is that should it be proven that there is a dramatic increase, it would recommend that other government agencies with the same or similar nature be encouraged to open or process transactions on weekends. When more agencies will follow suit, the potential of increasing the revenue collection on time will greatly help and fund the government activities and projects on time. Thereby, the government will be able to service its people on time too. There will be savings on loan interest as the government may not need to borrow for funding to fill the gap caused by delayed funds because of the delayed collection of revenues, and will be able to deliver its services faster. Descriptive and qualitative approach or deductive approach were utilized by the researcher for its research design. In order to further strengthen the study, data visualization was used in the study to showcase the data gathered. In delving to the main research methodologies, the researcher employed two main statistical tools in order to check the fitness of the result. The two main tools would be unpaired t-test and descriptive statistics. Keywords: weekend transaction, on-time license renewal, on-time collection, funding for government projects. The purpose of this study is to know whether there is an increase in the number of on-time renewal of licenses, which mean on-time collection on revenue. On-time renewal could mean on-time collection and the arrival of funds to be utilized for government or state activities and projects. This study determines if the opening on weekends has improved the on-time registration or on-time collection. If concluded to be true, other government revenue generating agencies may adapt it, leading to more on-time collection that the state needs to fund its activities. The act of acquiring and renewing licenses is often perceived to be time-consuming and laborious, necessitating a person to file work leaves or leaving the business just to be on the queue to process the license renewal. Consider model. Using the existence of the related literature and existing theories, the researchers were able to come up with a theory on which the paper's concept was based. This framework will serve as an anchor and visual representation to better understand the comparison between the two scenarios, specifically for the year 2022 to 2023. The figure below is the researcher's conceptual framework tailor-fitted from Matthias Puig's destination efficiency framework. The model was modified in order to fit the current study that compares the years 2022-2023 depending on the total renewal rate of service productivity. The framework shows that putting time leads to better service quality and quantity, increasing the total of transactions that translate into higher revenue. The framework was further supported by the study of Golden, which revealed that the impact of weekend open office policies is highly context-dependent in industries where continuous operations and client interactions are essential, such as customer service or retail. Opening offices during weekends have increasing revenue. This means that offices open on weekends, especially in the service industry, tend to increase revenue. Moreover, it was contended by Johnson & Brown in 2020 that when offices are open during weekends, marginal revenue increases, thus this comes hand in hand with possible increase in operational costs. Lastly, effective time management can improve project outcomes and client satisfaction, which can result in higher profits, according to Doe and Smith in 2020. Client satisfaction is crucial because it can persuade people to renew on time. In summary, the framework shows that when factors like time and effort are improved, it leads to more transactions or service quality or quantity that would translate in increase in renewal rate, creating positive increments to the firm's or agency's productivity or revenue. Figure 2. The needed data for the study would be the total number of on-time license renewal compared to the number of licenses be renewed for such month for both year in 2022 and 2023. The start of accepting renewal transactions on weekends started last May 2023 until the present, thus comparing May until August 2023 and May until August of 2022. This will be processed using the unpaired t-test and descriptive statistics This process would make sure the validity of the results since there are 2 tests that were utilized. With the processes accomplished, we could draw our conclusion, proving that increase of renewal rate that would eventually create opportunities in crafting sustainable strategies and policy recommendations. Assumptions. This study consists of the increase or change in license renewal transaction based on the comparison years 2022 and 2023. Hypothesis. The researcher hypothesized that the current rate of renewal is greater than the previous year of renewal. Method. This chapter includes the necessities in selecting and analyzing the data needed in order to know the comparison between the renewal rate of the year 2022 and 2023. Additionally, this section will showcase the data sources and the types that would be utilized, research design and strategy. A descriptive and quantitative approach or deductive approach was utilized by the researcher for his research design. Moreover, for the analysis of the comparison on the per year analysis based on the total renewal rate, the researcher utilized months of May, June, July, August for the year 2022, and the same goes for the year 2023. In order to further strengthen the study, data visualization was used in the study to showcase the data gathered. In delving to the main research methodologies, the researcher would employ 2 main statistical tools in order to check the fitness of the results. The 2 main tools would be unpaired t-test and descriptive statistics. This section shows the finding on the comparison between the difference in the total renewal rate between 2022 and 2023. The figure below illustrates these results. You will notice that the rate of registration versus the number of to be registered in 2022 is quite low, like 20.52%, 19.33%, 32%, and 33%. The next slide will tell you what happened in 2023 upon introducing the weekend transaction. So figure 4 presented above shows the number of renewals per month in the year 2022. This will be used to determine regarding the comparison between 2022 and 2023. As shown is figure 4 mentions the months differ on the total renewal rate per month, showcasing an upward trend. As mentioned, the figure 5 or the numbers for 2023 will show you drastic increase. It exhibits the number of renewals per month in the year 2020. This will be used as a determinant regarding the comparison between, as shown in figure 5.0. The month renewal rate shows a fluctuating trend in every month that passes by. The test of differences between the rate of renewal in 2022 and 2020 using unpaired t-test. The results show a significant difference between the rate of renewal in 2022 and 2023, where P equals 0.04. Thus, the current rate of renewal with weekend is greater than the previous year renewal without weekend. Table 2 contains the descriptive statistics for both of the years, which showcases the mean of both of the years. It is clearly stated that 2023 has a relatively higher mean than 2022, which supports our alternative hypothesis that the current rate of renewal with weekend is greater than the previous year renewal without weekend. Moreover, the standard deviation for 2022 is lower since the values revolve around the mean, showing lesser changes or improvements compared to 2023, with a relatively higher mean, meaning values show large changes or increments. Conclusion and recommendations. The overall findings, the year 2022 and 2023, depending on the renewal rate, is included in this section. This chapter would also entail the potential areas for improvement and recommendations anchored in the conclusion of the study for the development of government licensing agencies. Conclusion. The descriptive statistics show that there is a positively significant difference in the on-time renewal rates between 2022 and 2023. That consequently supports the result of the t-test. We can therefore conclude that adding processing schedules on the weekend significantly increase the number of on-time renewals. This implies that license holders are facing time constraints during the weekdays due to either livelihood-related commitments or personal schedules, which prevents them from renewing their licenses on time. The weekends may be their allotted free time wherein they can take care of others' duties and that they cannot face on the weekdays. This is both beneficial to employers and employees, as workers would minimize the use of undertimes or leaves or absence to ensure the on-time renewal of their licenses. About productivity of the employees and the company shall increase due to this. On the government side, it is to be concluded that extending their processing schedules over the weekends is beneficial to their socioeconomic outlooks. As the number of on-time renewal increases, the on-time acquisition of revenues is to be expected as scheduled. Therefore, the government need not delay their projects that would result in inefficiencies and incurrence of debt through borrowings. All of this would result in the constant flow of economy. Our recommendations to the Philippine government, in accordance with the gathered results, the government to impose strategies on increasing time offered by licensing offices since the implementation of the no-no break is not adequate, especially in urban cities due to factors like travel time, eating time, and traffic. The government should start opening its offices and process transactions on weekends. If on-time collection continues, the government is more assured that funds will come on time for its activities and projects. Moreover, this opportunity must be used to expand on crafting more projects for economic development. To license holders, with the additional period for license renewals, license holders are recommended to ensure that they commit to on-time processing. These shall serve their interests as it is them who will benefit most in the utilization of the revenue from their on-time renewals through government projects and economic improvements. To future researchers, as a recommendation to future researchers, if data would be available in the future for other transaction dates, they can utilize it for larger data set, capturing a more broader analysis that would truly manifest the comparison of surveys throughout the years of licensing agencies. Moreover, this study could be applied in all other licensing offices so that we can see its comparison, especially in service efficiency. Finally, with the vitality of the subject matter, the future researcher must draw out more timely policy recommendations since changes in the systems is inevitable. Thank you to our references. Thank you to these books and lecturers. Once again, good morning and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Juebeli. Now I would like to invite Dr. Jaya Salom Tayao. Dr. Tayao.
Good morning, sir. Am I
Good
audible?
morning, good morning. Yeah, you're audible. You're audible.
Thank you. Thank you. Is my presentation already shown on the screen?
Yes, it is
Yes,
all
it's visible. It's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So, good morning to all participants of this international conference that will be held yesterday until tomorrow, until today, so rather. I'm Dr. JRC Tayao, and I am connected in the Department of Education Schools Division of Bulacan as an education program supervisor of the School Governance and Operations Division. So our office is the in charge with the development and supervision of implementation of special programs and projects under our schools division, that comprising of 539 public schools and 349 private schools. I also supervise the technical assistance to the schools and help them to implement sustainable programs and projects relative to the learners' development. My study is entitled Examining the Entrepreneurial Management Competencies and Decision-Making Skills as Undergraduate Attributes of Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship students. Examining the entrepreneurial management competencies and decision-making skills as a graduate attributes of BS entrepreneurship students. So this study helped us to measure the decision-making skills using the North Carolina State University decision-making skills, or the NCSUDMS instrument that was tested and validated based on the Bartman's model. The respondents of these studies coming from the selected fourth-year Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship students of Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And to measure the said skills, the researcher used the validated instrument of NCSUDMS. And moreover, in determining the relation of the said skills in competencies of becoming an entrepreneur, the instrumentation used is the 7 core competencies of entrepreneur based on the study of the Rainmakers as Josiah Go in 2017. And it was published in his books about entrepreneurship, starting an enterprise, and having an innovation mindset in 2018. And as I said, this is based on the Duckworth model, which is specify the competency of measurement of learning the competencies of students with a combination of abilities, and to demonstrate the particular role and repetitiveness as well. Both ability and behavioral competencies are important and must exist simultaneously. So this study is conducted to determine the competencies of the said respondents. The aim of this research is to examine the relationship between entrepreneurial management competencies of the entrepreneurship students as a future entrepreneur and decision makers, and to identify their readiness as decision makers, business managers, and leaders in the growing demand of the industry. The entrepreneurial management competencies, also known as the EMC of an entrepreneur, is the instrumentation used the 7 competencies of entrepreneur based on the study of the Rainmakers of Josiah Go. And this model measure the specific competencies that student with a combination of abilities. So sometimes it's called technical skills, knowledge skills, and real life skills, and behavioral peoples of motivational skills levels that demonstrate to a particular role repeatedly well. There were items in each competencies and classification on personal competencies, or PC, and we have risk. These are risk appetite, adaptability, grit, and initiative. Under interpersonal competencies, or IC, it has influence, business competencies, sense making, customer focus that contributed to the skills of the category of each level. We have used the 5-point Likert scale, and the research based on the Duckworth model has shown us the highest AQ with high IQ, betas low AQ with highest IQ. So furthermore, it supports the proponent to readers a better understanding of the 4 Gates models of quotients, which includes the IQ, or intelligent quotient, which is the preparation for capacity to think and reason, adversity quotient, or AQ, which is self-leadership and capacity to recover, make progress, and creativity quotient for marketing and capacity to innovate, and the emotional quotient, or EQ, for the execution and capacity to sense and empathize. Moreover, the researcher used these instruments to, which consists of 2 parts. So for the decision making, we have the components of decision making, and the second part is the reliability and confirmatory principle components analysis of decision making. Also, we use 5-point Likert scale to evaluate the 5 factors. Methods and participants, as I mentioned a while ago, the competencies of entrepreneurs is based on the Duckworth model of Josiah Go 2017 and 2018 of the identified 55 respondents, and they were correlated in their responses and decision-making skills measured by the NCASU-DMS instrument by getting the mean and using the 5-point Likert scale level of frequency responses. It is composed of 23 females and 32 males with the 41.81 and 58.19 respectively, a total of 55. So the level of entrepreneurial management competencies, or the EMC, of the respondents per classification of competencies as a whole. So table 2 shows that the level of entrepreneurial management competencies of the respondents per classification of competencies with the overall rating of the respondents for the risk appetite, PC, it's 4.33. Sense making, 3.78. Customer focus, 4.64. Initiative, 4.58. Influence, 4.24. Adaptability, 3.56. Grit, 3.87. And the overall competencies of 4.14, which shows the potential as required for entrepreneur and the dependent of the person traits and character, and influenced by various sociocultural aspects such as family, community, school, and other institutions. While in table 3, the level of decision-making skills per degree program, or for the respondents. So overall combined scores received the 3 respondents of 3.99, which fall under often. So often category reflected that the respondents' systematic, analytical thinking of the situation. They are willing to make choices and comprehend the decision-making. It is cognitive process. The results of decision-making suggests the respondents are capable of making decisions because of their capability to develop the criteria for responsive and possible solution. The correlation and coefficient between EMC and DMS, it has a moderate degree of correlation. So in this table, it represents that's a significant relationship between entrepreneurial management competencies, or EMC, and decision-making skills, or DMS. Correlation coefficient between the two variables is 0.305956, or moderate degree of correlation. Therefore, there is a significant relationship between the two variables using the Pearson product par correlation. It is also evident that the two variables have correlation to each other, whether it is competencies or per factor in each instrument used, which suggests that decision-making factors are dependent on their entrepreneurial management competencies. So for the conclusion and recommendation, based on the findings of the study, the following conclusions were drawn. Number 1, the level of entrepreneurial management competencies of the respondents belongs to the potential as required for entrepreneurs and dependent on persons' traits and character, and influenced by sociocultural aspects such as family, community, school, and other institutions, which means that the respondents are just starting to evaluate the experiential learning of their course, the difficulty and comfortability, as this is the stage where they are just starting to learn how deliberately and conscientiously apply their competencies, criteria, and principles in evaluating arguments and other propositions. Second, the level of decision-making skills is a multifaceted to consider. It is rooted in one's ability to define problems, identify and select alternatives, weigh and evaluate decisions, which fundamentals in decision-making. The result of the decision-making test is comparatively the same with entrepreneurial management competencies. Designing a curriculum focused on acquisition of both EMC and DMS will improve the skills, capabilities, and competencies, as well as the abilities of the respondents in situations requiring intelligent decision as they become entrepreneurs and business leaders. Third, the existence of evidence of relationship between critical thinking or decision-making of the DMS and the entrepreneurial management skills as former serves predictor. So EMC proved the significant but no highest level of DMS, as they are moderately correlated with means higher EMC level, the higher decision-making skills level that they have. For the recommendation, there is a need to develop more comprehensive understanding and application of EMC and DMS as a graduate attribute among BS Entrepreneurship students or BS Entrepreneurial Management programs. Future related research may be conducted by adding more variable not found in this study, such as competencies of an innovator and what we call the entrepreneurship journey mapping. These are the relative studies helps to conduct this study and relative articles and published journals. So thank you for listening. Let me share you this quote. The success of every company and educational institution is through people-inspired leaders, heart-driven employees, and tech-enabled organization. Once again, I'm Mr. JRC Tayaw. Good morning and thank you very much to all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Tayao. I would like to invite Mr. Rifki Tuju. Rifki Server Tuju. Is he available? Rifki Server Tuju. I think he's not available. Okay, it's not available. Is can I request Ms. Andrea Austria?
Yeah, please proceed with the next
Yeah.
presentation.
Right. And
Yeah.
I just would like to invite Ms. Andrea Austria for giving her presentation.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Let me just share my screen. Hi, everyone. Good morning. May I just clarify if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. You can
All right.
continue. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am Andrea Austria, and joining you live in Bali is my partner, Alvin Oblea, and our Professor Dr. Wilson Cordova. I am here to discuss our study examining the impact of inclusion on novice general education teachers classroom. All right. This study, we conducted this study together with the Associate Professor Lecturer from De La Salle University, Manila, St. Joseph's College, Quezon City, and San Beda University, Dr. Wilson Cordova. Together with me is also an international teacher, a lecturer, and subject evaluator, a PhD student of St. Joseph's College, Quezon City, Alvin Lea, and of course, there's truly a lecturer from Far Eastern University, Manila, and a PhD student of St. Joseph's College, Quezon City, Andrea. Now, let me quickly present to you the abstract of this study. Basically, this study delved into the experiences and preparedness of general education teacher, particularly novice, a new general education teacher of basic education, primarily in the public schools of the Philippines. Later, I'll discuss why public schools and why focused on general education novice teachers. So basically, this a survey was conducted to establish the results of this study that delves into the support mechanisms, effectivity of ensuring handling of children with special needs, and the challenges that arise based on the research approach, which is a descriptive research approach. The participants had the initial conception of problematic inclusive classroom. However,
resiliency of these teachers arise in the discussion of this study because while they are experiencing challenges and problems in handling inclusive classes, they were also able to eradicate some misconceptions that that was existing in relation to children with special needs. Now, this study was able to discuss the educator's vital role as parents in the classroom, basic education classroom, and how they face challenges in providing and maximizing the potential of the learners and providing comprehensive education to these learners, be it they are just new teachers. Also, this study showed that GE or general education teachers, be it they're novice or new, show that they are versatile professionals and they're willing to be trained to teach various subjects and adapt to different grade levels. It also showed that these teachers had initial misconception of the aims of inclusive education. However, through their willingness to learn, their strength and their stability and willingness to progress in the institution, they were able to accept the eradicate the misconceptions and correct these misconceptions for them to provide equal educational opportunities for children with special needs. This study also work on how these teachers made use of strategies to ensure that these learners with special needs in an inclusive classroom will have maximum opportunity, equal and opportunities that will make them tap on their full potentials. Okay. So this study, on the conclusion of this study, we have here the four main topics that arise. Number one, novice general education teachers' attitude towards inclusion. Basically, when the survey questions were released and probing questions were asked, the novice general education teachers, they were able to provide their attitude rather towards inclusion. These are based on their basic knowledge since they are just new to the teaching profession. And most of their beliefs were derived from observations, their prior knowledge during their collegiate years. And some mentioned that it was based on the research that they had in the internet and other evaluation of resources. It also showed how there was initial distress that was felt by teachers because they were compelled to teach students with or children with special needs in a classroom for the first time without proper training, without comprehensive background when it comes to special education. So this initial stress felt by GE teachers required them to do initial research to extend their ability to work on trainings and attend trainings. And also this stress was used to build their capacity to collaborate with the administration, the parents, and other stakeholders in the school. The inadequate training and preparation of the teachers left them overwhelmed. However, it demonstrated and showed the teachers' creativity, the teachers' ability to become flexible when under distress. And also, it is important to highlight that in this study, though we have laws, though we have policies when it comes to special education, the implementation and the need for communication and collaboration in training is still missing. There is a big gap that we need to address in relation to all of these. Now, some recommendations were made for this study that includes, number one, I may itemize it. there should be a development of training program for all teachers that are new in relation to teaching children with special education needs. And this training should not just become superficial training and should delve into how they can support learners in an inclusive classroom. This will entail how they can accommodate learners, how can they tap on the potential of the learners with the collaboration with parents as well. Also, it is, I think it is best for us to recommend as researchers that this research could be done in a larger sample size. 30 novice teachers answered the question. However, to intensively discover and understand the conditions of novice teachers, we recommend that this study will be extended to more number of participants. This is to ensure that we can get to understand the situation of novice education teachers in the Philippines, particularly in NCR. So if you can see here in my presentation, I have here the inclusion criteria. We only studied on the participants are just public school teachers. They are assigned in the NCR and they're teaching inclusion class for less than 10 years and has no previous experience in teaching children with special needs. Why is this so? I have to pinpoint that this was done to show that these new graduate or new teachers with fresh experience will show how their experiences can contribute to the gap that we found. That these experiences could be a springboard or guide for program development or sustaining existing programs that will improve the quality education in our country. So basically, these questions were asked to support and see how we can further involve general education teachers, novice in particular, to improve on their craft and how we can support them in teaching children with special needs. That's all. Thank you very much. We have questions for me.
Thank you, Ms. Austria, for the presentation. I'd like to invite Dr. Sarah Devi. Sarah Devi, are you there? No response. No response. Sarah Devi, are you there? All right. Then I would like to call Mr. Rifki Tuju. Mr. Rifki Tuju. Okay. Rifki Tuju is also not there. All right. Then I think we'll try to go to the next keynote speaker. All right. I hope Professor Bibhuti Jha is there. Just check. Yeah, he's there. Yeah. Okay, fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our next keynote speaker, Professor Bibhuti Jha. Professor Bibhuti Jha is my director. We are from the same university, so it is my pleasure to introduce him. Professor Jha is presently working as the Professor of Management, and he is the Director of School of Commerce and Management at Don Bosco University in the Indian city of Guwahati. He has 23 years of industrial experience in MNCs and public sectors in India. He took voluntary retirement from Indian MNC Ashok Leyland as General Manager Marketing and joined academia 15 years ago. I'm glad to introduce his qualification. He is a double PhD in management, an MBA in marketing. He is a postgraduate diploma in marketing and also an MTech in mechanical engineering. He has one patent in India. He has worked in various universities in India, Thailand, Australia, Nepal, and Bhutan as senior academic and administrative positions. He also headed the research and consultancy wing of Siam University of Thailand in Nepal as Director of Center for Research Excellence and Management Impact for 4 years to conduct various management development programs, research projects, and studies for reputed industries in Nepal. and Bhutan. He worked with industrial consultants like BCG, Gallup, and Mafoy on many important projects of reputed industries in India, including the Confederation of Indian Industries. And he published 3 international research journals in India, Nepal, and Bhutan as chief editor. He has 38 research papers to his credit in reputed journals from many parts of the globe and presented papers in many countries. He has 8 education management articles and 2 case studies, and also published in reputed magazines. He is actively involved in consultancy projects of industries and government studies and organized many national and international conferences, symposia, and seminars in many countries. He has guided over 200 reputed dissertation projects of students and 7 PhDs of high quality and standards. He is involved in social work and community development activities actively. So it is my pleasure to invite Professor Bibhuti Jha for his keynote address. Sir, would you please enlighten us with your presentation, sir?
Thank you, Amal. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible, sir.
Thank you very much for giving such a wonderful introduction of mine. And
My pleasure.
it is really good to see you moderating this session.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I'm really happy that you are my colleague. And
The honor is mine. The honor is mine.
yeah, this is the very good platform. I think I can say that we all are sitting today, the International Conference on Management and Social Science, where we all are part of these streams. Today, actually, I have shared my slides and I will try to share also. Let us see. Okay, yes, it is already there.
Yeah, it is visible.
Thank you. So, thank you. So, my topic of keynote is employability enhancement, the academic need of producing industry-ready professionals. Why I have chosen this topic? Because I worked in industry also for 23 years, and now for the last 15 years, I am into academics also. So I've seen both the sides. I worked as a recruiter also. I worked as a management professional also, engineer also. So I know what actually the issue is, where the issue lies. So I decided to give this keynote on this education management, you can say, where I'll be talking about education or academic sectors in India, which needs a drastic change in its management strategy to cope up with changing requirement of fastest growing industrial sector. We all know that in India, especially the industrial sector has grown like anything in last decade. And the expectations, the requirement, the demand, everything is in a different level now. And the education sector is also a core sector of every country, including India also. This sector is responsible for producing managers who in turn are responsible for growth of industrial sector. So this is a cycle. If you produce better, another will get benefited, and in turn, you will get good credit for that. And education sector relies on this credit only. If you produce good personnel, you will get good credit, your institution will grow. And on the other side, the industry will also get benefited and it will also grow. So this is some kind of producer-consumer type of relationship, if I talk in marketing terms, where the academia is a producer and industries are the consumers of this final product, which we call as a professional produced from education institutions. But despite this simple relationship, the perspective of other side, means industry side, is not that easy to understand today. This scenario of today has made this condition of producing employable students or product, or which can be absorbed easily in the industry, is not that easy. It has become very tough. Let us see how it has happened. In earlier days, when I was working in industries, or I joined the industries, at that time employability was having a very simple meaning. This meaning was to get an entry to a company, that's all. And the rest was considered that that company will take care. We also faced the same thing. We were recruited by a company as a very raw hand. We were not knowing anything. And they prepared us, they developed us by giving a training of 1.5 years. That 1.5 years, putting efforts, resources, money on the person whom they have recruited, is a very problematic today. Now, what has happened? The things have changed drastically, and accordingly, the definition of employability has also changed. Now, there is much more requisites. There are much more requisites for a job seeker than the routinized elements like good marks, like some co-curricular, extracurricular activities, which were considered as routinized elements. Now, those have become, you can say, a secondary kind of aspect. Now, many new requisites have come up. Now, companies want to recruit the ready-to-work professional or personnel, not a raw personnel, like we were recruited as raw personnel. Now, they don't want people like that. Because competing with global competitor companies need best professional who can sustain to high performance expectations, absorb corporate work pressures, meet global quality benchmarks and high productivity norms. Companies need people who can take important responsibilities and accountabilities for best performance, results, and productivities. Now these companies, under the cutthroat competition in global level, global platforms, they can't afford to have a single professional error or shortfall on performance and productivity. Otherwise, they will lose the market. We have seen many giant companies losing the market in quickest of time. This is the reason why companies have become so cautious on recruitment. The companies don't have, but at the same time, companies don't have enough time, resources to actually waste on this raw personnel to develop him for high performance requirements. Actually, they consider it as waste. In our time, it was a training and development activity. Now also it is happening, but companies actually don't want to invest anything on that. Companies want new entrants to take charge immediately with minimum of time and resource put on him and expect him to deliver best of results from day one. They want people to join with high readiness to join industry as best employable candidate from industry perspective, not from academic perspective. They need people with positive mindset developed for the industrial responsibilities and roles, matching personalities to deliver results and face challenges, confident performance who can take responsible roles from day one and with no excuses at all. So under these scenarios, these conditions, an employment seeking students who wishes to make career in best companies need to have high employability to qualify such high expectations of good global companies. Now he cannot approach the companies, good companies, with a casual approach, with not preparedness. Now he needs to prepare himself before applying for good companies. This employability of a student or pass out is measured through employability quotient. Some refer it as EQ or some refer it as EMQ. And these companies measure this level of employability through a structured selection process to ensure that whomsoever they are recruiting is good for their requirement, their job profiles, their type, their nature of industry. Employability is now not confined to your grades or your activities, but it is a 360-degree analysis of individual where grades are just one criteria out of many essential elements of employability. I have worked in multinational companies for over 23 years, both as ground manager's role and as recruiter also. In my career in industry, I was leading the recruitment team of my company, which was going to reputed institutions for recruitment of students. And I know the issues of both the sides. As I discussed that now the managers of the industry don't want people who are raw, who are not prepared for taking up the roles. Now industry wants real industry ready professionals from academic institutions on whom minimal efforts are needed to put them on task with highest of efficiency and effectiveness. Employers want those employees who get fit in and get along well with others in quickest of time and deliver best productivity and results. At the same time, we can say that there are diverse kind of industries which have diverse requirements also, and they assess their employability of a fresher candidate from their own perspective. So many industries, diverse requirement, requisites, diverse perception towards the job seeker's abilities. So things are becoming more and more complex for a job seeker. This complexity of requirements from industry has made the role of institution, academic institution, further difficult. And it is a high time that these institutions to take up this changing scenario very carefully. Every industry in their recruitment drive look for level of employability through assessing the development of skill set. Skill set means educational qualification, transferable skills, and personal attributes, level of development, preparedness for future roles, clarity of goals, self-confidence, etc., etc., as part of employability quotient of a fresher. These things the companies refer with a specific job profile in the organization before selecting any candidate. This selection process is done under the scanner of various related aspects of employment in the specific industry. These aspects include elements like team building capacity, self-management, willingness to learn, positive attitude, thinking skill, resilience, communication skills, attitudes, personality, capacity to apply knowledge, competency, etc. But the problem is here. It is not easy to judge these elements in a brief recruitment or selection process. So, in order to assess the presence of these elements, the recruiters assess employability quotient of the student applying for the particular industry through candidates' assessment in various aptitude tests, potential ability test, skill test, personality test, self-assessment sheets, one-to-one interview, self-stress interview, and so many other ways. That means not only for a job seeker, the things have become difficult, but it has become difficult for the employers also to select good candidates, candidates who can work for them effectively. So now let us move to the role of academia. Now we have to see that under these challenging conditions, changing conditions, we can understand that the role of academic institutions are going to be very crucial in development of the students as professional. Students come to universities as raw material of production with no or little presence of these employability elements. Even the students, those who are coming to the institution, they hardly know about their own capabilities, their own competencies. They are there under this transformation process. They face a lot of difficulties also, because transformation from a student to a professional is really tough for a student. And with the changing requirement of industry now, the things have further become difficult for him. So now we can understand the changing role of academic institution. These employability assessment elements need to be worked for due development or enhancement by the academic institutions to ensure proper development of real industry-ready professionals. Imparting these elements and making a college pass-out student acceptable in the real world is a real challenge for academia in current context. But there is no option but to be committed to execute this aspect to the maximum possible effectiveness. This is high time that academic institutions should realize the changing context of employability, changing expectations, and changing requirements. Handling these changing employability context and to lead students to become a ready product is not easy due to our set patterns of education, which is still moving around theory papers, syllabus, and few routinized activities. But this has become a must for the institutions, as I explained, and we all understand also, under current global business scenario of high professional expectation, cutthroat competition, and no scope for poor performance or mistake, professional mistake. Unfortunately, there is a wide perceptual gap between industries and academia, where one is claiming that we don't get ready personnel and other is claiming that we produce ready professionals. If you ask any industry people, anyone will say that they get good professional. And if you ask academician, he will say that we are the best producer of the professionals. We'll leave no step untouched. Their claims are different. The blame game has continued till today and still continuing. But unfortunately, victim is the student who, after joining any industry, which may be or may not be of his interest, joins as underprepared or unprepared and starts feeling misfit, non-capable, non-aligning, non-performing, or even inferior to others. Under such conditions, he soon becomes victim of inferiority complexes, loses his confidence, and goes back into the shell, forgetting his own competencies. In India, especially, the high attrition rates of many industrial sectors indicate this crude reality. As industries want from day one the students who has joined recently to perform and deliver results, he finds it difficult to cope up, and as he is not actually ready for the responsibilities, neither mentally nor by competency. We need to understand this situation. We must realize that industries are the consumers of university product, and as producer of the industry professionals, academic institutions must see things from consumers' perspective, which has drastically changed. It is high time to rise above these blame games and think for students going out to real world. Let us not make their lives hell there and make them employable seriously and accept our own shortcomings to do so rationally. Take real feedback from your consumers, that is industry, for improvisations like we do for any other consumer product. Let academic institutions take accountability of producing ready-to-work professionals. It can be done, and many good institutions have already started doing it and working on employability elements. It is our responsibility to make students ready with all these elements. Students, before facing selection process, must be imparted with the confidence that he is employable in all respects. He must be given confidence that he has skills, competencies, and attitude for the industry he is applying for. This could be done by raising above routinized way of teaching learning through effectively planned developmental activities, industry-oriented seminars, industrial exposures, realistic industrial projects, effective on-the-job internships, out-of-box thinking activities, practical coaching, training, and interaction with industry experts on a regular basis. People for industry should be deployed or engaged in academia to impart knowledge through their vast experiences. Non-industrial teachers, that means those who don't have the industrial exposure, should be given realistic exposure on diverse industry sectors time to time. Make students to spend time in real tasks. Works should be given priority through latest happenings of industries over traditional system of class lecture and age-old pattern of banking on syllabus or analyzing old out-of-context case studies. Revising syllabus continually, updating with changing industrial requirements and skills, developing strong interface with industries, and teaching with student-centering approach is needed with the aim to develop them ready for industry. Deploying experienced teachers and professionals from industries is the need of the hour who can provide latest updates from industries. Apart from knowledge and its assessment, elements of attitude building, personality development, behavioral and mindset change, imparting skills need to be considered and assessed effectively to enhance employability. Help students to identify their own core competencies and interest area. This will also help in making them employable. So in brief, imparting of subject knowledge in most practical way using real case studies, instances, scenario, logical interaction on current topics, etc. This also requires guiding students to develop positive mindset and attitudes towards their future roles and responsibilities. A delivering personality is always adds on to excelling in tasks, so it needs to be taken seriously by the institutions in their developmental program. Value addition on industry-specific content, making the students believe in himself, making them learn new industrial skills and do practical internship, involving students in real-world projects and making them come out of box to innovate, think, involve is required on serious, realistic note. Syllabuses should always be in line to current industrial requirement. Academia has taken up this challenge by intense interface with industries. It is the most important industry which refines the human raw material to transform into more valuable, employable product. This must be always kept in mind. And keeping this in mind, if we work on our students' transformation process, we are sure that we can transform them into a responsible professional and accountable citizen of the country. Thank you very much. This was my thought process on the development of students as industry ready and how the academic institutions can take up this challenge. Being part of institutions now and earlier part of industry, I can say that this producer-consumer relationship must be developed very strong like any other product we are doing in marketing. If we can think from the perspective of the industry and start planning our activities on the students, I am very sure that we can achieve this goal, especially in context to Indian industry and Indian academia. We are still struggling with this problem of blame game. And I am observing this every day where now I am claiming that I am producing good professionals, but when I was in other side, I was claiming that I was not getting good professionals. So this is my request to all the academicians that let us join hand with industries and do something good for our students who are the real professionals of the industry, leaders of the industries, and who can take the industries to new heights, which we are recently observing happening in India with the help of good institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. It's always a pleasure to hear you. Always a pleasure to understand the insights that you give. And truly, employability is a pertinent issue that has to be addressed. It has to be completely completely understood in a way that you have given the idea of producer-consumer. So industry academia is consumer producer, so that we have to understand.
This is a real problem I am observing as my new role also, and I as of my previous role also. I have faced there some issues, and now I am facing some issues here. But issue is now very clear. We have to maintain the consumer and producer kind of relationship. Then only things will get set right.
I can truly relate. I can truly relate. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request everyone to please switch on their cameras because we'll have a photo session before we go for a break. I request each and everyone to have this thing to start their cameras so that we can get a screenshot and then we can go for a break. I'd like to ask the organizing team, are all cameras as per your requirement? Madam Priyanka is, or anyone, please check it.
Yeah, I'll be the one to take the screenshots.
Screenshot, all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, all. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me for this keynote. Thanks a lot again. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Amal. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. As per the organizers' instructions, we'll break for 30 minutes and then we'll start the next session. All right. So the break is for 30 minutes. We're signing off for now and we'll get back after 30 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
अच्छा मैं अपना स्क्रीन शेयर करके
This study is a retrospective.
Dr. Leo, we are just checking the technicality. We'll be
Okay.
back in another, like by 9:30.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I have logged in.
Hello.
Hello, is Eric Parila, will he be giving online? Madam Priyanka, is Eric this thing, Parila will be giving?
Yeah, he is all right, online already.
All right.
You can invite him.
All right, a very good morning to all of you, and I would like to invite our third keynote speaker, Dr. Eric Santos Parila. I'd like to introduce him to the participants today. Dr. Eric Parila is currently the Vice President for the Research and Community Extension of the University and the Dean of the College of Business Education. He obtained his Master of Science in Management at the University of Asia and the Pacific and his Doctor of Business Administration at the University of North Philippines, last 2010. Currently, he is taking up his second Master of Management major in Data Analytics at the Philippines Christian University. He took his specialization course Diploma in Operations Management online at Rutgers University. He loves doing research and had produced, presented, and published numerous researches at different conferences and journals here and abroad. He is also a seasoned peer reviewer and member of the editorial board of various international and local journals. He is also a consultant of different businesses, primarily doing feasibility studies and business plans. Currently, he is the Vice President for Luzon for the Philippine Association of Collegiate Schools in Business and the President for the Philippine Council of Deans and Educators in Business, Northern Luzon chapter. Dr. Parila, welcome to the session, and I would request you to enlighten us with your keynote address.
Morning, Sir Amal. Let me just share my PowerPoint. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so
yes, it's visible. The Good Business Social Entrepreneurship is the slide name, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
Right, yeah, we can hear you.
So,
please continue. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning to everyone from the Philippines, Northwestern University. I am Eric Santos Parilla. I'm going to speak today about the good business, which is social enterprise, or the idea of social entrepreneurship. So before that, let me just introduce myself. I'm Eric Esparilla, the Vice President for Research, Community and Social Development of Northwestern University, currently holding a professorial chair for social entrepreneurship of this university, a teacher, a mentor, and of course, your friend. So I'm tasked today to discuss what social enterprise or social entrepreneurship is. But before we go to the idea or the concept of social entrepreneurship, let's first discuss the definition of entrepreneurship, because this is the keyword of social enterprise or social entrepreneurship. So when we talk about social entrepreneurship, there are two fathers of entrepreneurship. These are Jean Baptiste and Joseph Schumpeter. Okay, so according to Jean, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. But there are some speakers have been unmuted. That's why perhaps some disturbances there. Please continue.
Okay. So as I was saying, entrepreneurship can be defined according to Jean Baptiste. Entrepreneurship is about combination of the factors of production, and we all know the factors of production: the land, labor, and capital, to meet the demands and consumers by introducing a new product, service, or process. Okay, that's one side of entrepreneurship. And the other side of entrepreneurship is, sir, can you please mute? I am
okay.
I think Dr. Wilson Cordova, I think your mic is on. Yes, I think it's, now it's muted. Yeah, please continue.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sorry for that. There are two sides. of the definition of entrepreneurship according to Jean-Baptiste. The one side is called invention because you are introducing a new product, service, or process. Or another side of the definition of entrepreneurship is to increase the beauty of an old one to produce greater economy. So what Sir Jean-Baptiste is trying to say to us is that entrepreneurship is innovation and invention. Okay, so it is combination of land, labor, capital, the factors of production to produce new product, service, and or to increase the beauty of an old one to produce greater economy. On the other hand, Schumpeter suggested that entrepreneurship is all about the ultimate source of innovation and technological change that drives economies and nation. So he's trying to say, Sir Joseph Schumpeter is trying to say is that entrepreneurship will drive our economy's progress. So in that two definition, they both emphasize the two most important concepts of entrepreneurship, which is novelty and innovation. Both in the definition of Schumpeter and Baptiste suggested the words novelty and innovation. So what is the difference now of business and entrepreneur? So common people usually interchange business and entrepreneurship. So what's the difference? When we talk about business, it is the activity of making, buying, selling, or supplying goods or services for money. So it is the activity of making, buying, selling, or supplying goods or services for money. Whereas when you talk about entrepreneurship, it is the activity of making business or of making money by starting or running businesses, especially when this involves taking financial risk. So that's the difference between business and entrepreneurship. In other words, entrepreneurship is larger in scope and it is business which is part of entrepreneurship. So we cannot actually interchange business from entrepreneurship because these are two different concepts. Entrepreneurship being the larger concept, whereas business is the smaller concept. And another difference is that when we talk about business, it is the administration of business. When we talk about your entrepreneurship, it is the invention or innovation of business based from the definition of Schumpeter and Baptiste. That's the difference between business and entrepreneurship. Therefore, entrepreneurship has the higher function of adding value to the economy through innovation. Okay? Let me just emphasize the word innovation. Therefore, what is the meaning of innovation? Innovation refers to creating or introducing new ideas, products, services, processes, or methods that bring about significant improvement or advancement in various fields. For example, for education, we have the AI, that's the latest innovation. In medical field, we have the vaccines that we have. In terms of business, especially manufacturing, we have robotics. So these are the new ideas, products, or services that bring about significant improvements or advancement in various fields. So that is innovation. It is about transforming existing concepts or practices into something novel or unique and valuable, thereby fostering progress, efficiency, and growth. So here comes again the word innovation. So it is transforming existing concepts or practices. It's not just inventing new products, but it can be transforming existing concepts or practices into something unique and something valuable. Thereby, as what we have said a while ago, it fosters progress, advancement, efficiency, and growth. So that is the function of innovation to the economies. Innovation drives economic development, enhances competitiveness, and addresses societal changes. So this robotics, this AI, when put in the right use, can help us improve our economy, enhances our competitiveness, and addresses some societal issues or some societal dilemma. So that is innovation. That is, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about innovation. Innovation cannot be separated from entrepreneurship. Therefore, so what is social entrepreneurship now that we know what entrepreneurship is? As what I've said, entrepreneurship is towards value addition through innovation. That is the entrepreneurship side. But when we talk about social entrepreneurship, the key element here is the social issues, which means that we should start with a social issue in mind. Okay, with a social issue in mind. Social entrepreneurship value addition towards the end of shifting economic resources from an area of lower social satisfaction to an area of higher social satisfaction. So that is your objective. That is your primary objective. From a lower social satisfaction of a certain community, you are to help them achieve higher social satisfaction. Social entrepreneurship can also change old state of social satisfaction towards a new and better state of social satisfaction. So what is social satisfaction? So social satisfaction in the context of social entrepreneurship refers to the positive impact and fulfillment that social entrepreneurs experience when their ventures successfully address social and environmental changes or challenges. When you put up a business, when you put up a social enterprise, and that becomes successful in terms of addressing your environmental problem or social problem, then you have social satisfaction. It encompasses the sense of accomplishment in terms of the social entrepreneurs and purpose that arises from creating and implementing innovative solutions to tackle societal problems and improve the well-being of communities. So social satisfaction, that is the purpose of a social enterprise or a social entrepreneurship. So where do we start? When you put up a social and when you want to put up a social enterprise, you must start with the social issues. So where can we get the social issues? Here in the Philippines, we have a lot of social issues. We have poverty, gender inequality, hunger. These are the social issues. Primarily, when this social enterprise or with this concept of social entrepreneurship addresses the social issues through innovative and value-adding solutions done by the social entrepreneurs, then you have your social issues addressed, thus promoting social satisfaction. So where do we get these social issues or social problems? It can be divided into two, people and planet. But actually, when we talk about the 17 sustainable goals, we are already talking about the different social issues. Here in the Philippines, there's like what I said, poverty, hunger, good health and well-being, quality education. Here in the Philippines, there are some areas that still lacks quality education, especially the poor communities. Some children doesn't have access to quality education. Gender equality is also a social issue. Clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, partnership for the goals. These are the 17 sustainable goals. This is where you can get the social issues or social problems of your community. When you want to put up a social enterprise, you must think of a social issue. What is your social mission? That's what I'm trying to say. Because that differentiates your common enterprise or entrepreneurship from the concept of social entrepreneurship, the idea of social mission. And it comes from any of the 17 sustainable goals of development or social issues. So right now, what's the difference between entrepreneur and a social entrepreneur? If you are a social entrepreneur, you are a catalyst of change because you are filling a market gap because you want to change the world. Big words, but that is the social mission of a social entrepreneur. Whereas when you are just a mere entrepreneur, your main objective is how to make my business profitable. Money. How to make it profitable. How can my product services that I innovate be acceptable to the market? So you are to capture a market if you are just entrepreneur. But if, as I said, if you are a social entrepreneur, you are to think how you will change, how you can change the world. Also, as you can see, the objective of an ordinary entrepreneur is to build business and eventually earn profits. That is the main goal of an entrepreneur. Whereas your social entrepreneur, the main goal is to think of what she or he can do to give solutions for social dilemma, to bring about social change. Of course, the profit motive of entrepreneur is to maximize the profit in order to satisfy your different shareholders or stakeholders. Profit is the end. Whereas for a social enterprise or a social entrepreneur, the profit motive or the motive of the social entrepreneur is to advance its social aims or social mission. Meaning, of course, profit is a means to financial sustainability, but financial sustainability is just one of the main concerns of a social entrepreneur. Another concern of a social entrepreneur is he achieving his social mission? So these are basically the difference between an entrepreneur and a social entrepreneur. So therefore, speaking of the principles of social entrepreneurship, these are the three principles. It must be an enterprise. As you can see a while ago, financial sustainability is one of the concerns of a social enterprise. You cannot put up a social enterprise if you are not profitable. You are not putting up a foundation wherein you are to depend on the donations of your donors. No, that is not social enterprise. A social enterprise or social entrepreneurship must be an enterprise, must concern financial sustainability as well. Second principle of social enterprise or social entrepreneurship is it must purposely serve its social mission. So, these two are the basic principle, and the hardest principle of a social enterprise is this: the majority of its benefits accrue to its chosen beneficiaries of its social mission. Meaning to say, the benefits, the majority of the benefits of a social enterprise should be for its beneficiaries of its social mission. That makes it hard because aside from the fact that your main concern is financial sustainability, you should also concern yourself in terms of your beneficiaries. So this is a spectrum of social enterprise. Okay? Spectrum of organization operating within social economy. The yellow dots are considered as social enterprise. I repeat, the orange dots are considered as social enterprises or social entrepreneurship, which includes inclusive businesses, that business who follows inclusive model, fair trade enterprises are also considered as social enterprises, foundations with income generating activities. Let me emphasize this: foundations with income generating activities, meaning these foundations are not dependent on donations, but their income generating activities. They exist because of their income generating activities or IGPs. And of course, as we all know, the highest form of social enterprise for the moment is a cooperative and association. Because of a cooperative or association, let me again go back, thinks of its beneficiaries. Aside from the fact that it earns profit, it thinks about its beneficiaries. So these red dots are considered as pure enterprise. Okay. Traditional enterprises, enterprises with corporate social programs. What's the difference between corporate social program and a social enterprise? Enterprises with CSRs are just there for public image. Okay, the companies who practices corporate social responsibility, their main concern still is profit. Whereas a social enterprise, the main concern is how will the benefit accrue to its beneficiaries. Okay. So there are three concerns of a social enterprise or a social entrepreneur. Three hats or three roles. First one, as a businessman. Secondly, as an entrepreneur. And thirdly, as a social entrepreneur. As a businessman, his main concern is to generate profit. That is his main concern. Whereas, as an entrepreneur, his main concern is innovation. How can he improve his products or services so that it is acceptable to the market? And as a social entrepreneur, his role is to create social value, thus creating change. So three hats of a social entrepreneur. It's quite difficult. Okay, so let me just state the status of social enterprises in ASEAN, because we are in ASEAN. Currently, because there is no consensus on the definition of social enterprises, so no formal definition. As you can see in my presentation, there is no formal definition of a social enterprise. Most social enterprises are self-identified or loosely classified as social enterprises through their memberships in various social enterprise networks. That is the status, unfortunately. Other than cooperatives, there are relatively few legally recognized or accredited social enterprises. This is because only 3 countries in our organization, ASEAN, have legal definition or accreditation schemes. And these 3 countries are Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. But even in these 3 countries, the majority of its social enterprises are not legally recognized or accredited because there are no relatively governmental initiatives or accreditation done. The extent of social enterprises sector across ASEAN varies greatly depending on the country, with the highest number of social enterprises as with the highest being Indonesia, with over 200,000 social enterprises. Secondly is my country, the Philippines, with over 164,000 social enterprises. Thailand, with over 116,000 social enterprises. And Vietnam, over 115,000. Many of the social enterprises are cooperatives. I repeat, many of the social enterprises in ASEAN are cooperatives. There are 2 problems. Okay, there are 2 problems or challenges that social enterprises face. And these are public awareness and scalability. Here in my province, Ilocos Norte, when I did a research on awareness, the result is very low. Thereby, social enterprises face challenge in terms of public awareness. Across the countries and social enterprises surveyed, lack of public awareness is often mentioned as an obstacle for expansion. The public is not aware or understand the concept of social enterprise or social entrepreneurship. The second problem is scalability. Many social enterprises in ASEAN face difficulties in scaling up their operations. The reasons are lack of access to financial resources, difficulty in replicating and scaling up success, as well as challenges in customer acquisition and market development. So these are the common problems of social enterprises here in ASEAN. To wrap up my talk, to summarize my talk, social entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurs are either change makers or change agents. They don't believe in status quo, meaning they want to be catalysts of change. Social entrepreneurship gives more satisfaction than entrepreneurship, as it focuses more on creating social value than wealth. So it gives more satisfaction. Social entrepreneurship provides much needed balance and purpose in life. And lastly, I want to point out that social entrepreneurship helps in making world a better place because of its social mission. With that, I thank you very much for listening. I am Eric Esparilla from Northwestern University. Thank you very much, sirs and ma'ams.
Thank you, Dr. Parilla.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for your address. Now I would like to start our next presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Sharmila Charan for a presentation. Yes, madam. Great to see you here.
Dr. Sharmila?
Yeah. Dr. Sharmila Charan, madam is.
She's online.
Yeah, she seems online.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You're audible, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please continue. Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Hello?
Great to see you. Yeah.
Yes,
ma'am.
Sure. So I think I could see you now. So I'm Dr. Sharmila Sharan from Guwahati, in India. I am Senior Assistant Professor and Research Coursework Coordinator in Girjanand Chaudhary University in Guwahati, India. So I'm here to present in front of you my conceptual paper on imparting employability element to university students, conceptualizing model of employability enhancement. So my paper is about regarding my understanding on employability aspects, as I am from industry, and I'm from industry and worked 21 years in Delhi and switched up to teaching out of my passion. I'm a PhD in management and worked for garment and lifestyle products for almost 21 years and seen the industry. And now from last 14 years, I'm into teaching. So I have seen the other part of the show as well. I'm quoting it as a show because the institutions are there to come up with the students who need to be employable, as our speaker also emphasized on that. Speaker Dr. Vibhuti Jha was there to talk about it. And in line of that, I have developed a model of EQ enhancement, which could enhance employability. So my core area in my research is connected to market analysis and consumer buying behavior, retailing, education, business ethics, art and handicraft, as I am a qualified designer as well as a marketing professional and qualified in, I did my PhD in management. So it's like, as being part of both the industries, I believe that my expertise could contribute to the proficiency of professionals who are coming out of these institutions, and they are launched to come up with the right performance. So here I will start with my presentation. My paper here is talks about growing business competitions. Companies need professionals who could be capable of taking responsibility as industry ready without putting much effort, as discussed by the speaker as well, that companies wish to have people, those who could come and perform. They don't want to pay for training purposes. Training is given by all the industries. I agree with that, because I was also given training. But the basic element category further is about the core basic element of professional readiness and ability enhancing support elements that need to be worked out. So I am here to discuss about the model I developed to achieve these employability aspect of the student. It is not about just speaking about it, but it is about how we can really achieve that. So my paper here will be discussing on the model with the key elements of employability under two broad categories, that is basic element of developing professional readiness and extension element of professional readiness to become employable. The basic element category further contains core basic elements of professional readiness and ability enhancement support elements that I will be discussing further in my presentation. So the extension element of professional readiness to become employable category consists of two sub elements. This I will be talking about, that is exposure of the real world and interface with the industry, and adding rigorous and meaningful internship or in all the programs with credits, right? Strategies are required to impart such elements and to develop our students this EQ that has been discussed by our key speaker as well. And this is about the model that is there in front of you. So prevailing issues of employability. What are these? I'll be first discussing on that. That is, please come to my previous slide, please. Prevailing issues of employability. With every growing competitions, expectation and challenges in industrial and business scenario, it has become tough for a student to get placed. See, we all are facing. As I'm part of institution since 14 years now, so I'm finding my students is troubled when because they are missing few unique attributes to influence recruiters. This is the prevailing issue of employability. This please bring go to the slide where prevailing issues of employability is there. Amal, please be there. It is no, it is the previous one after the abstract, please. Yeah. So specific attributes that I will be talking about is knowledge, skill, attributes. This is what I feel as an industry professional. That what I feel that my students and our student as a whole, it is not about India, it is a global issue. Now, as our speaker from Philippines, Dr. Eric also talked about quality education as a social issue. So it is really a social issue because specific attributes need to be known first to come up with the aspect of employability. So this employability is judged from employability quotient, right? For a specific job profile, which is established and accepted internationally by major MNC and global companies. That further means the academic institution need to understand those aspects to impart those elements of employability. It is not about just giving a exposure, sending to the field to the students, those who don't know what market is all about. Academic institution need to work on these employability elements to impart these things to general students as a profile. I will not be talking here about the institutions, those who are within 1 to 5 top categories of the institutions, because all our students are not studying there. Majority of the students, those are the cream students, those they take when they take admissions. But what about the 70% of institutions, those who are taking mediocre students and other students? Those are also part of the industry, and they are meant to be the part of industry because they are there to take that education, and we are there to give them degrees. Now, what is happening is that good institutions are there very conscious about giving these kind of elements. And I agree on that they work very hard on that. But what about those 70% of institutions which lack this kind of a concept of what is required in academic activities? Like people in real scenario, what is happening? My next slide, please. It is real scenario. What is happening is academic activities like superficial industrial expert sessions.
I may just interrupt here. The screen is being shared by Co-Research Foundation. So
okay, so please come to my real scenario.
Yeah. Yes, it is come.
Yeah. So the aspect, what I find in line to what is been discussed till now in this international conference, that why we are not achieving this. The issue is that I am raising is here through your platform is I'm talking about that those 70% of institutions where academia is taken in a very different manner. Like the real scenario, what I'm talking about is academic activities which they take as superficial industrial expert sessions, where students hardly understand anything or get involved into the session because they don't know the industry. Industry visits are given, guest sessions are given, but unfocused internships are also given, where they are not given objective what to achieve in internship. Because the academicians, those who are taking, I mean, they are part of academics, they themselves don't know the industry at large. So usually developing these students to be employable becomes tough. Actually, we offer non-ready candidates as ready candidates to the industry. So the candidates find themselves in a troubled zone from the day one they are employed. Very low percentage, and what it is resulting to majority are opting to leave the job or they switch over the jobs. That leads to high attrition rate of employees worldwide. It is not about the Indian scenario. I'm talking about globally what is happening. So non-ready students get confined to limited career scope now. Now, what is happening is it develops frustration, depression, and disturbing. I mean, students are disturbed with their own life balance because they are not understanding what is expected by them, because we are not giving the accurate thing, the best of the thing which we are expected to. Somehow we need to accept that, because being part of both the industries, the industry at large, where I was part of for 21 years. And then from last 14 years, I'm teaching. So I'm part of institution as well. So I'm here with this paper trying to give a conceptual model for that, how to achieve that. Most of the institution fails to impart that employability element. And the institution maintains records. I have seen that institution maintains record of a few successful alumni, but what to do about those who fail to be successful? The blame game continues between the institution and the students or the industry. Industry says that we are not getting the right candidate, and institution says that we are giving the best from our side to the students. So academic institutions need to take serious steps enhancing employability of students in general, right? So we require employability of the student enhanced to boost their EQ. I have written EMQ because it is employability quotient. It must not be taken as emotional quotient. So that is why I have written EMQ here. It needs a proactive approach through continual development of student by imparting desirable employability attributes to make recruiter notice them. So the aspect here comes is what is there, what recruiter will be noticing. So I'm explaining here in front of you in a form of a model that possess what we require as EQ model. So conceptualizing the EQ enhancement model, I'm here in front of you coming up with basic elements of developing professional readiness and ability enhancing support elements to professional readiness. And then I will be talking about extension element of professional readiness to become employable. Coming up to my point of basic elements of EQ enhancement elements is, it will talk about industry expectation of the employable candidates, analysis of curriculum, suggestive inputs received from industry managers of diverse industries, inputs from faculty academicians through their experience sharing with alumni. This all are very much required. Brainstorming among focus group of learned teachers, newly employed pass outs, employability trainers, and working parents. We all require support we actually require a holistic approach. The college student as a new joiner of the industry need to be acceptable in the real world. So coming to my model, which is here in front of you in a form of a diagram, a pictorial presentation. The model here, it says about core basic element of professional readiness that comes under basic element of developing professional readiness. That is, core basic element requirement is knowledge, attribute, and personality. Now, what this knowledge is all about? The aspect comes is that how we define these things. Now, basic elements where knowledge is required, where we need to work on and where to work on. In schools and colleges, it is seen that pre-reading habits is not seen, or it is less seen in our students. We need to work on pre-reading habits or knowledge. I will be talking from both the aspects, from the institution aspect and from the industry aspects, defining my model here. So first, I have taken up core basic element knowledge. Now, pre-reading habits, which is somewhere is a gap, which is coming up where students find book not so interesting. Rather, they become a Google person. Now, they don't have a reading habit. We need to work, our teachers need to work on that. Logically coming up with a classroom discussion among the students, it will facilitate grasping the subject knowledge and giving them memory. It is vital for acquiring subject knowledge and retaining it for long, because we need pre-reading habits. So in our curriculum and in our CA component, we need to add these elements somehow in our curriculum. Now, personal touch is required. Now, teaching pedagogy need to be taken up in a very different manner, where the hidden talents and interest area and competencies of the students need to be identified and then enhanced. Value addition on industry specific contents need to be focused, where value addition of course subject knowledge need to be given as an added advantage to the students. We need to ask student what is his core area, and then we need to analyze what is his competency and whether he is focused towards it or not. So we need to come up with a course and overall program outcome to understand that where we are landing up and how we can make it out. Making the student believe in himself is required to come up with the right knowledge. Right? Knowledge cannot be taken if the confidence level go low. Personality can be altered or changed with effective and systematic strike on thought process of the student when there will be a human touch, and making the student believe in himself. That is very much required. Because we are into semester system, we are very fast covering all our courses and other things because it is part of our work. But we need to give more time to students to help them forming professional mindset to face challenges. Now, ability enhancing support aspects that I'm talking about, ability enhancing support elements this is all about attribute and professionality. How we can develop that attribute and how this personality could be developed by adding this human touch and then giving students as per their requirement, enhancing their competencies. Now, the second aspect that I have identified is ability enhancing support elements to professional readiness. That is, we need to work on skill competencies and communication here. Now, learning new skills need to be the core area. Skill learning of planning, organizing, team building need to be worked out. And it need to be part of the assessments. The deep competency need to be taken and provided to them to enhance their skills. Now, public speaking becomes very important part, right, on public platforms. So they need to give visits to the industries, sessions, and internships to give them to sensitize them with the industries and give them sense of responsibility and making them exposed to the world where they don't belong to before they enter that world. Now that will enhance their public speaking, and because they will enhance their confidence level while sensitizing the industry, visiting there, and focused internship is required to be given to them, where the faculties need to be very much integral part of the internship program. You need mentoring to give them that kind of a sense that they could be made employable, and it is done.
Hello.
Done by hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. The organizers have given us a message here regarding the time, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. So I will be shortening down. There's no problem. So my model here it serves the aspects of the elements that is required to be enhanced, and the essential element of professional readiness to become employable. It is regarding exposure to real world and interface with the industry that I emphasized while giving them knowledge and skill competencies, asking industry feedbacks on the curriculum, adding industry professionals in various programs, ensuring industry involvement in academic culture. That's very much important. Additional rigorous and meaningful internship is in all the programs, with additional credits need to be added, which I emphasize. Now, aspect is that implementing of this model, how it is possible. As discussed above, simply claiming the imparting of EQ element has not worked till date. Academic institution need to execute it appropriately from the perspective of industry. A thorough strategic and implementing plan need to be added, and it could be done by incorporating, asking in industry's feedback on the curriculum, improvisation every year, every semester. It could be done because market is ever changing. You cannot have a rigid curriculum which could be changed after a year or maybe after 2 years. So additional industry professionals in various programs ensuring industry involvement in academic culture need to be there. Incorporating objective-based industry visits helps students sensitize the real world, and involving students into real projects under supervision of experts and specialized people need to be done. So while concluding this model and talking about this model, shaping up college students as a professional employee or business professional acceptable in the real world in a real challenge of the university. And it requires orientation in the beginning of the professional program itself to give new approach of learning to students and new approach of delivery to faculty members. The faculty members need a new delivery approach. It will help change the thinking process of individual from a student to effective and thoughtful and capable employee. Other part is that it will help them to understand, this model will help them to understand that they not only acquire knowledge, but also require to learn taking responsibility and accountability. This approach can help enhancing IQ, also of learning professional to become more accountable and trustworthy. With such continuing efforts on the model of EQ enhancement elements, it could be possible not only to boost EQ of the building professionals, rather than it will be giving them more opportunity, and our industry will be getting right, ready professionals to take up, and our industries will be performing better than before, for sure, because industry waits for the professional, and in their recruitment process, they are coming up with so many things to come up with the right professional. And I hope this model will be helping to that, and this will help them to come up with these difficulties on both the parts. Thank you for giving me this opportunity in this international conference on management and social sciences, talking about my model. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your paper. It is really relevant for academicians like us, because this is actually haunting the academics and industry, because students are not industry ready. Thank you so much for enlightening us with your paper.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am. I now invite the next speaker, Professor Lim, to present her research. Is Dr. Lim here?
Yes. Yes.
Please continue with your presentation. Madam, you're not audible. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, now you're audible. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, you're audible, madam. But there's a video that is in the background.
Yes. Because that's my presentation. So
Okay.
can I ask Miss Alicia to share sound, please?
Okay. To play the video, is that what you want?
We'll try to play it from
Yes.
our.
Yes.
Okay.
Share sound.
Just a second.
Can I share sound now?
A very good day to all. I am Christina Lim.
from De La Salle University, and I will be presenting my paper entitled Unlocking the Potential of Mass Personal Communication Media to Live Streaming Platforms Enhance Video Game User Experience. As the world grappled with far-reaching COVID-19 lockdowns, people were forced to stay home and isolate themselves from others. As a refuge emerged, a digital haven known as video games. With this immersive realm, individuals discovered comfort. Video games can provide social interaction, escapism, and a sense of accomplishment. And these factors made them an attractive option for people during the pandemic. The social and the entertainment value of the video game and platform propelled a boom in the gaming industry. Live streaming services like Twitch also saw a major increase in usage with over 5 billion hours of gaming content. What made live streaming services truly captivating was the seamless integration of user interaction. This interactive element, especially in esports, took viewer engagement to new heights. Live streaming introduced a new concept, the mass personal communication. Streamers acting as information senders communicated with the masses. Viewers, on the other hand, engage in interpersonal communication through chat, creating a dynamic experience. Now, let me first discuss what's mass personal communication. In a term coined by O'Sullivan in 2005 to describe a hybrid of the two communication modes with elements of both mass media and interpersonal interaction. Mass media are channels of communication that reach a large audience, such as newspapers and television, whereas the interpersonal communication is communication between two or more people, such as an email or a text message. Now let us focus on the motivation as to why individuals use media. That's where the uses and gratification theory, or the UGT, comes in. It was introduced by Katz in 1959. The users and gratification theory focuses on the active role of the audience, offering insights into how people derive satisfaction and fulfillment from the media they consume. UGT's application to live streaming platforms highlights two key motivators. First is information's usefulness and engagement. And this platform meets users' demand for pertinent game-related content or insights, such as gameplay tips, strategies, enriching their experience, while also offering entertainment engagement and a sense of community by connecting users with streamers and fellow viewers. Another important concept, which is media richness. Media richness is a concept that was developed by Daft and L'Engle in 1986. It refers to the ability of a medium to convey information and provide feedback. Channels with high media richness can convey a lot of information and provide immediate feedback. Now consider video game streaming services. They allow users to watch other people play video games in real time. This allows users to interact with the streamer and other viewers, providing a lot of information. As such, live streaming platforms are a type of medium with high media richness. The high media richness of these platforms leads to positive attitudes towards both the specific game that is being streamed and the live streaming platform itself. As such, the research dives into gaming and communication nexus, asking a pivotal question. How does mass personal video game related media in live streaming platforms impact users' attitudes and in turn, users' intention to use the game and the platform? Following the research framework of Chang and Lee in 2022, this is the operational framework of the study. It defines the variables of interest, such as usefulness, enjoyment, and media richness of live streaming platforms and their individual relation to attitude towards the video game and the attitude towards live streaming platforms. Concluded would be a causal quantitative research design and use of homogeneous purposive sampling method to gather data. A data set of 590 survey responses were collected from people aged 18 to 44 who had either actively engaged with or been exposed to video game related media through live streaming platforms. SEM is a powerful tool that combines factor analysis and path analysis to model the relationships between the latent variables and their multiple indicators. I use SEM to examine the research hypothesis and confirm the reliability and the validity of our measurement model. Moreover, use the Lavan package in RStudio to conduct statistical analysis. In terms of data distribution, the result indicates non-normality. Following Rusil 2012, was strategically adopted a maximum likelihood robust or MLR to address this issue. LMR is a robust estimator, which means that it is not as sensitive to outliers as other estimators, making it a good choice for use with non-normally distributed data. Furthermore, to detect any potential common method bias, I employ the Harman single factor set. The factor loadings of the measurement surpass the recommended threshold of 0.30. And this outcome assures that common method bias concern is absent. With this assessment, I've laid a robust foundation to explore the research and draw meaningful insights from the data. Moreover, the model encompassed 7 latent variables. In line with Hire et al. 2011, items with factor loading below 0.7 were removed. Next, let's delve into the model fit indices, critical for understanding the model data alignment. All indices fell within acceptable ranges. In essence, we have successfully validated the model's structure, secured a robust indicator, latent variable connection, and established an adequately fitting method model. In Table 1, you'll find the results of assessing both convergent and discriminant validity of the measurement scales. The average variance values surpass the threshold of 0.5, making a robust construct validity. The HTMT values to assess discriminant validity are all below 0.90, except for a minor exception between the attitude towards media and intention to use media. But the overall observation is still within the acceptable range established guidelines provided by Fornell and Larker in 1981 and Hensler in 2015. The study's findings suggest that live streaming platforms can be a valuable tool for promoting positive attitude towards the video game and media. Live streaming platforms are useful for learning about games, improving skills, and finding inspiration. They are enjoyable for watching skilled players compete and connect with other gamers. They are media rich and immersive, thanks to real-time interaction between viewers and streamers. By providing users with useful, enjoyable, and media-rich content, live streaming platforms can help to attract new gamers and encourage existing gamers to continue playing. Furthermore, users' attitude towards both the video game and the live streaming platform has a positive impact on their intention to use both. This is because a positive attitude indicates that users have favorable perceptions, emotions, and evaluations of the video game and live streaming platform. And these positive perceptions make users more likely to engage with the video game and live streaming platforms, which in turn increases their intention to use them. The overall conclusion of the study is that usefulness, media richness, and enjoyment derived from obtaining video game-related media in live streaming platforms positively impact users' attitudes towards the game and the platform, and in turn directly influence the user's intention to use them. The overall conclusion of the study is that usefulness, media richness, and enjoyment derived from delving into the policy implications stemming from the research. These are the key takeaways that can shape strategies for a more enriched user experience. First, live streaming platforms should provide a rich and engaging experience for users, such as giving useful and informative content. Second, streamers can be powerful advocates for video games. Live streaming platforms should select streamers who are aligned with their brand values and who can deliver entertaining and informative content. Third, they should create opportunities for meaningful interaction. This can be done through interviews, question and answer sessions, or in-game collaboration. This is because the real-time interaction between users and streamers fosters a sense of community and belonging. In conclusion, these strategies create immersive experiences, media richness, collaborations, streamer influence, and interaction elevate the user journey, benefiting users and the gaming industry. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and may you all have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the beautiful presentation and the perfect use of structural equation modeling in proving the uses and gratification theory in the mass personal communication. I now invite the next speaker, Maria to present.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see your presentation also.
Okay, sorry, I forgot to share sound. Okay. Research is entitled, Good day, everyone. Our research is entitled Models of Small Farmer Upliftment, a multiple case study on Philippine rice farming communities, co-authored by Assistant Professor Beata Maria del Campo and Professor Delfo Scanceran. 90% of rice-producing farmers are smallholders. They are the prime food producers, and the world depends on them, yet many of them, especially the rural poor, are in subsistence situations. There is therefore a sense of urgency to improve their welfare, which is in line with various United Nations sustainability goals. The research questions are, what are models, smallholder rice farmer upliftment in the Philippines? What are important insights that could be gleaned from the experiences of smallholder Filipino farmers in finding sustainable solutions towards upliftment? This exploratory multiple case study is aimed at discovering various models of upliftment for Filipino smallholder farmers. Theoretical sampling was initially conducted in rice farming communities in Lukban, Quezon Province. The interviews were extended to Quezon in Bacalalan, Laguna, Iloilo, Pangasinan, and Ifugao. Cross-case synthesis was employed to categorize and analyze the models. Data triangulation was done through interviews with subject matter experts and document review from scholarly literatures, statistical reports, authoritative global reports, and news accounts for currency of information. Among the struggling farmers, common situations that stood out, many smallholders found themselves to be caught up in a cycle of debt. Case in point are those who were granted land through the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, wherein they transitioned from being tenants to landowners, and as such, they needed to operate their own businesses as opposed to just being laborers previously. Also, in the face of calamities, with the Philippines being the top disaster country in 2022 due to typhoon devastations, along with increasing costs of farming inputs and other socioeconomic challenges, these left the farmers dependent on middlemen who acted as financiers, who also dictated farm gate prices. Another major finding is that despite the offer of the government for ayuda or stopgap measures in the form of cash doleouts in the amount of a few thousand pesos during the pandemic, for increasing inflation, oil prices, therefore in rise of farming input costs, farmers, however, preferred infrastructure support like irrigation more than the doleouts. Lastly, keeping the youth in the farming family is essential to the continuity of agriculture among the young. With the bond of or strong family spirit still present in farming families, the relevance of youth guidance and support by the family patriarchs play a crucial role in the youth engaging in sustainable farming. As for the upliftment model, there are four main classifications identified. The first two models focus on the individual farmer, while the last two require the community's cooperation to uplift the farmer's condition. The empowered farmer model. A farmer is empowered and they can freely make decisions about the whole farming process, which is the case for inherently self-sufficient farmers who possess the capitalization needed for their farms to be operational. This could be through inheritance from previous generations, continuing support from other family members, or an existing stable business. The farmer in the picture is Mang Tino, not his real name, at age 69. Aside from getting support from his daughters, he has a piggery and a poultry farm, and despite his advanced age and having enough provisions for his whole family, he chose to continue rice farming. Without fail, still, he wakes up early in the morning, does the whole day's work enthusiastically. And however, many farmers are less endowed than Mang Tino and are even entangled in the cycle of debt. As such, an agricultural network called Masipag, composed of non-governmental organizations, scientists, and farmers across the country, proposed another route for the empowerment of farmers. Their advocacy is about strengthening the biodiversity of farms that chemical pesticides and fertilizers disrupt. They provide traditional seeds and allow farmers to try them in demo farms as proof that pesticides are unnecessary. After harvest, the seeds could be replanted, unlike the hybrid seeds provided by the Department of Agriculture, which have the GERT technology, making the seeds produce a high yield only for the first planting. GERT was instituted as an intellectual property safeguard for the companies that spent on researching and developing the different high-yielding varieties. Masipag considers this empowerment as the farmers would not be tied to buying seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides for every planting season, as traditional seeds could be replanted over and over again, even by the next generations. And because of biodiversity, the crops also do not attract pests, and fertilizers can be produced organically, thus freeing the farmers from the initial high costs of farming inputs. Other documented ways of farmer empowerment are through climate-smart villages. Farmer entrepreneur model. From one of the earliest propositions, Shane and Venkataraman proposed that entrepreneurship is discovering opportunity, deciding to exploit it, and then exploiting such entrepreneurial opportunity to create future goods and services. Ka Henry, not his real name, age 44, an elementary school graduate, decided to continue farming in their hometown. He discovered a vegetable farming opportunity, which he followed through and built up his business model. Ka Henry may not be highly educated, but he possesses the elements of entrepreneurial orientation of innovativeness, proactivity, and ability to take on risks. He proudly recounted that it was in 2018 when he was able to sell when the farm gate price for tomatoes was high and earned about 6 million pesos, or about 114,000 US dollars. So the important learnings from this would be having a financial literacy and fulfilling one's contractual obligation. The third model, the contract farming model, is a type of farmer entrepreneur model, but this is primarily based on the community. It presupposes a cooperative endeavor among community members to deal with entities, whether government or non-government organizations, which assure the existence of a market. Here, the value of fulfilling one's contractual obligation is very important for the continuity of the endeavor. Farmers in Quezon and Laguna employed some guesswork and based their decision on what fetched good income in the previous season. Without market knowledge of the supply and demand, the farmers could not anticipate which vegetables could fetch the jackpot. For the end-to-end value chain model, a praiseworthy model emerged from an agricultural town in Iloilo province, wherein a local government invested in the activities of farmers by providing the initial capitalization, assets, and staffing to assist the farmer association in the production, research, development, and marketing of their products. With full support from the local government, a storehouse was built for the produce, manned by 3 full-time personnel to manage sales and coordination, inventory, and accounting. More importantly, the type of crops they would plant would be according to the demand that's coordinated by the Department of Agriculture for farmers to meet the contractual obligation for produce at a reasonable price. This idea of an end-to-end value chain is actually not new, as illustrated by Nestle's development of Moga, India as a milk district in 1962. Important learnings that can be gleaned from this multiple case study are as follows. The role of the LGU leadership in the end-to-end value chain is indeed very important. Two valuable insights that we could gain here would be on the role roles of the governing bodies, that is the local government unit taking the initiative and providing leadership, and the role of the farmers as partners. Steady flow of income empowers farmers toward resilience. It's very important to have a regular flow of income versus ad hoc sources of income because there's a safety net for farmers in the face of environment-related devastation, such as the essence of farmer empowerment, wherein farmers can make decisions about their business and have some leverage in negotiating with business partners, especially financiers or creditors who may dictate the payment terms and farm gate prices. Farmers expect infrastructure development over piecemeal ayuda. So as discussed previously, farmers prefer infrastructure help like irrigation facilities rather than dole-outs. Financial literacy is not just about knowing how to handle money, but also having the value of commitment towards contractual obligations to build up credibility on the personal and community levels, which could ensure the credit supports sustainability. And then the gems on the youth engagement on agriculture. Two main insights. The first is the strength of the Filipino family spirit. There is an unwritten rule that children should be helping their parents in farming, regardless of whether they graduated from college. It is therefore important to keep the youth interested and engaged in agriculture. The second is teaching them financial literacy and guiding them in business startups, which could encourage youth agribusiness. And that concludes the presentation today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Madam, for the presentation. Okay, so I think we should go to the next presenter, Dr. Jerry Areta, Dr. Melissa Bartolo, and Professor Nancy Ramirez. Who will be presenting? I think Melissa Bartolome, isn't it? Oh, Jerry Areta is also. Who will be presenting here?
Hello, good afternoon. The three of us will present. Sir Jerry.
Okay, so to the organizers, our colleagues on site in Bali, Indonesia, virtually in Zoom, good afternoon to everyone. We are honored to share with you our study exploring the experiences and practices of child development centers in the Philippines, inputs to curriculum policy and implementation. The research team is composed of the faculty members from the Faculty of Education Sciences, College of Teacher Development of the Philippine Normal University, Manila. I am Mr. Jerry Areta, an associate professor. I engage in professional development training for teachers in national and international conferences and fora. My research interests include early childhood education, technology and teaching, and learning and 21st century pedagogy. Together with me are my co-researchers, Dr. Melissa T. Bartolome, a fellow associate professor. She was selected as one of the 2022 to 2023 Global Leaders for Young Children cohort. Her expertise and research interests are in the area of early childhood education, special education, and parental involvement. And Ms. Nancy Ramirez, an assistant professor. She is an advocate of reading literacy among early childhood learners. She teaches in ECE, specialization courses, and a consultant in areas of early childhood education, reading, and literacy programs. The evolving context of education requires the upscaling of the various stakeholders of education. This holds true for child development centers, or CDC, to ensure the holistic development of young children. This descriptive case study explored the experiences and practices of CDCs in the Philippines. The purposive sampling technique was used for the selection of 24 participants from 5 different regions of the country. Data went through content and thematic analysis. The findings revealed 5 themes: differences in the learning environments, understanding the new teaching and learning context, modifications in the curriculum for the new normal learning, empowering child development parents and teachers or workers, and recommended policies and guidelines for CDCs. With these teams crafting policies that will provide guidelines for the smooth implementation of programs should be set. The study requires further investigation in understanding child development centers on the viewpoints of various stakeholders in a wider scale to validate its findings. According to Heckman, Panen, Pulainen, and Liponen, it is a worthy investment. Early childhood education is a worthy investment for a child's academic success due to its effects on a child's development outcomes, healthier lifestyle, and economic performance in the future as contributing citizens that help in the reduction of social costs. The establishment and maintenance of child development centers in the country is a resounding and deepening commitment to upholding the rights of children through early childhood education. A law was passed that mandates the establishment of daycare centers, now called child development centers, in every barangay, instituting a total development and protection of children program. It also ensures that the state defends the rights of children to assistance including education, proper care, and nutrition. During the breakout of the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the most affected sectors in education was the preschool sector. Learners are forced into a distance learning environment, sacrificing social interaction. Education for the very young learners was heavily dependent on the parents or the prime caregivers who have little or no training in teaching. The following are the objectives of our study. One is to explore the experiences and practices of the different stakeholders of ACDC in differing learning environments across the country. Second, to analyze the curriculum and other pertinent documents relevant to the CDCs in the Philippines. And third is to draw inputs to curricular policy and implementation of CDCs in the Philippines in the light of pre-pandemic and pandemic situations. The interpretive and sociocultural theories inform the analysis of perspectives and experiences. The analysis also highlighted human agency and different levels of involvement. The intent is to identify the gaps reflected in the experiences of the participants. The study looked into the factors that influence particular ways of responding to unsettling situations in order to deliver services, considering the need for child development that is holistic and integrative with strengthened partnerships from home, school, and community. A qualitative descriptive case study methodology was applied in this study. 24 participants were purposely selected from strategic regions of the country where the Philippine Normal University campuses are present. We covered Isabela Province in North Luzon, Quezon Province in South Luzon, Metro Manila, Cadiz, Negros Occidental in Visayas, and Prosperidad, Agusan del Sur in Mindanao. Our data gathering process is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 focuses on document analysis to systematically review and examine pertinent literature and documents related to the study. Phase 2 zeroed in on the development of interview protocols and doing a semi-structured interview via video conferencing app such as Google Meet due to mobility issues because of the lockdowns. Lastly, Phase 3 addressed the content and thematic analysis of the data-driven from Phase 1 and 2 of the process. Let me turn you over to Professor Nancy Ramores.
Good afternoon, everyone. After conducting a focus group discussion, the researchers generated various themes gathered from the information revealed during the discussion with the participants. First, differences in the learning environment. The pandemic resulted to various global challenges, especially in the education sector. There were challenges on monitoring and evaluating the effects of the pandemic in the learning environment of various child development centers across the country. These challenges include changes in the physical spaces of young children from face-to-face to online meetings. The participants were able to compare between the learning environments prior and during the pandemic. They talked about the benefits that children get from face-to-face interactions, which provide young children with the needed social interactions with their peers and teachers. Second, understanding the new teaching and learning context. The new teaching and learning landscape, as affected by the pandemic, resulted from the suspension of school sessions that was eventually adjusted to modular and homeschool lesson delivery, and limited number of sessions, which is now called blended learning delivery. This setup limited the CDC's program implementation and the support that teachers, workers, and parents extend for the children. The different stakeholders learned to adjust and find alternative ways to address and mitigate the situation and still continue the delivery of the different programs and services of the center. Third, modifications in the curriculum for the new normal learning. Everyone in the education sector was caught flat-footed by the pandemic. But despite the situation, considerations on the changes, limitations, and inadequacies of the curriculum and programming of child development centers were quickly thought out and acted on, including resources management, parental involvement, communication, administrative support, and curriculum and programming. Fourth, empowering child development parents, teachers, workers, and administrators. The modifications in the curriculum to address the new teaching and learning requirements led to additional and new roles of CDC teachers and workers, administration, and even parents. The call to strengthening child development families, teachers, workers, and administrators became apparent in the discussion. Finally, the participants expressed recommended policies and guidelines for child development centers. This is to transform the management mechanism and policies to improve the services and programs of the child development centers. This can be done primarily through the support of the national government of the Philippines and the respective local government units where various CDCs are operated and located. Additionally, CDCs may forge partnerships with non-government organizations and other government agencies to efficiently deliver the programs and services to different stakeholders. Thank you very much. And now I turn you over to my colleague, Dr. Melissa Bartolome, to discuss with you the summary of policy recommendations generated from this study.
Thank you. From the analysis of the research findings, here are the 10-point inputs to curriculum in policy and guidelines for child development centers in the Philippines. First is to improve or expand monitoring and evaluation to measure the differences in the environment of various CDCs in the country. Second is to develop new policies responsive to the changes in the learning environment. Third is to support the national or the local government program initiatives by developing contextualized guidelines suited for their locality. Fourth is to build action or strategic plan on early childhood development to facilitate implementation of policies within the national context. Fifth, we have to have a platform for sharing knowledge and best practices, specifically on the alignment of the curriculum in the new normal or the post-pandemic situation. Six is to nominate a representative in the national government position that will advocate on the programming, resource allocation, and budgeting of the CDCs. Seventh is to promote advocacy and public discussion on the welfare of the stakeholders of CDCs. Eighth is to develop partnership with higher education institutions to continuously support empowerment of child development families, parents, the teachers, the workers, and administrators. And 10 is to create quality, accessible, and inclusive learning resources for the use of child development centers. To conclude, curricular policies intend to help schools to function inclusively, efficiently, fairly, and safely. It establishes procedures and standards to ensure the quality of teaching and learning. In the past years, the pandemic brought a lot of changes, including the way young children learn. CDCs, or Child Development Centers in the Philippines, also shifted the way they perform and implement the curriculum. It is important that new policies are made to respond to the changing learning environment for monitoring and evaluation, strategic planning, creating learning resources, and forging partnerships and linkages. Advocacies for the CDC should also be strengthened to support local initiatives to share their best practices in various modalities. In addition, representations in the national government would help in advocating and promoting quality and equitable programs, resource allocations, and budgeting, as well as bringing the issues and concerns in the public forum. Studies show the importance of continuous improvement in the policies and implementations of child development centers. For improvement of CDCs in the Philippines, the findings of this study drew recommendations for the DSWD, the CDC administrators, the Philippine policymakers, and also the future researchers. To end, we'll share this quote by William Butler Yeats. Education is not filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. This quote relates to the importance of kindling a passion for learning in child development centers in the Philippines, serving as a guiding principle in shaping curriculum policies that inspire lifelong learners and foster curiosity, creativity, and love for learning. With that, thank you so much for listening to us. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much to all the three presenters. It is really great to see all the three co-authors presenting a paper simultaneously. Really nice to see all of you. Thank you so much. A beautifully written paper. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite the next presenter. Dr. Leo Olarte. Yes. Your presentation is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and your voice is also audible. Please present.
Present to you the Philippine Physician Licensure Examination. Trends for year 2011 to 2020. This is my credentials. The practice of medicine is highly regulated in the Philippines. After earning a Doctor of Medicine degree and completing a one-year internship in the different hospitals in the Philippines, the physician licensure examination is the last step before an individual is allowed to practice medicine. It is given twice a year at 6 months interval. At present, it is given every March and September of the year. And the examination is composed of 12 subjects, 6 basic subjects, which are anatomy and histology, microbiology, physiology, biochemistry, pathology, and legal medicine. The 6 clinical subjects are pharmacology, internal medicine, pediatrics, and gynecology, surgery, and preventive medicine. The practice of medicine. This study is a retrospective analysis of the physician licensure examination results released by the Professional Regulation Commission, the regulatory body for the practice of medicine, for the 10 years licensure examination covering the years 2011 to 2020. Results are reported in frequency and proportion. Inferential analysis utilized t-test to determine the difference between the passing rate in March and September physician licensure examination and between first-time examinees and repeaters. The period of 2011 to 2020 had a total of 45,427 examinees taking the physician licensure examination. The number of passers for that period was 34,362. The annual passing rate varies from year to year, with the lowest in 2016 at 62.09% to its highest at 82.9% in 2019. The average passing rate for the 10-year period is 75.65%. The examination is given twice a year, every March and September. The first question asked is there a difference in the passing rate between the two scheduled examinations? The results show that there is a significant difference in the passing rate. It is higher during the September schedule at 80.93%, while it is only 59.82% during the March schedule. The difference in the passing rate can be explained by the population of examinees taking the examination. The examinees who take the September examinations are those who recently graduated from medical school and the one-year internship. There are regular students and the knowledge is fresh in their minds. In contrast, the March schedule is populated by examinees who did not graduate on time. They are irregular students. And those who failed the preceding September schedule. The ratio of first time versus repeaters is only 2:1 during the March schedule, while it is as much as 9:1 during the September schedule. The second question asks, is there a difference in the passing rate between the first-time examinee and the repeaters? The results show that there is a striking difference in the passing rate among first-time examinees against repeaters. The passing rate for the first time examinee in the 10-year period is 88.29%, while it is only 31.16% for repeat examinees. Is this difference affected by the schedule of the examination? For first-time examiners, it is higher during the September examination at 90.01%, while it is lower during the March schedule at 79.65%. For repeat examiners, the passing rate is only 21.4% during the September schedule and 38% during the March schedule. The physician licensure examination is the last hurdle that the doctor of medicine has to face and needed to pass in order to be given the privilege to practice medicine in the Philippines. In general, the examiners take the physician licensure examination after completing the 1-year internship in different hospitals in the Philippines. The end of internship is every June of the year for regular students. These examinees appear to have the highest probability of passing the physician licensure examination when they take the September schedule at 90.01%. Another glaring result is that the chances for repeat examinees to pass the exam is low, only 31%. It is clear that the results will show the interventions to improve the passing rate among repeaters. And these interventions must be done. The medical colleges should ensure that their graduates are competent enough before graduation. Once a graduate fails the physician licensure examination, the chance of passing the subsequent try is dismally very low. Schools should identify the factors contributing to a student's success or failure in the licensure examination. The following are some of the factors contributing to a student's success or failure in the licensure examination. We have the study habit of the student, the stress incurred during medical schooling, the pre-medical course taken prior to entry into the proper medical course. The national medical admission test is very important, and the grade weight average is also equally important. Factors contributing to the failure of the examinees in the licensure examination should be identified, and the factors should be addressed while the examinee is in the medical school before graduation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Olarte. Thank you, Mr. Olarte, for the presentation. I now invite Irene Jedorio. Irene Jedorio. Irene Jedorio, yeah, it's okay. Screen sharing is started.
Hi, good afternoon. I am audible.
Yes,
Good afternoon.
you're
All
audible.
right.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this International Conference Management and Social Sciences in Bali, Indonesia. I would like to apologize for because I'm in the middle of activity right now, a bit what was noisy in my place. So I hope you bear with me. All right. So good afternoon. I would like to introduce myself first. I'm Irene Hidorio. Of course, my co researcher Nicole Vergara. So this afternoon we're happy to introduce or to tell you about our research paper entitled Through the Eyes of Banquet Sales and Understanding the World of Hospitality from Employees' Perspective. All right. So yeah, for my introduction, experiences are widely regarded as the most effective teachers, and by learning and understanding diverse viewpoint, and one gain insights and develop comprehensive understanding of realities faced by the employees in hospitality management. This qualitative research study explored the multiple experiences of banquet sales employees facing on their work dynamics of personal lives. So as to the objectives of my study, the researchers aims to learn and understand the experiences of banquet sales employees working in the Standard Hotel in Bacolod City, wherein these employees are experienced the first-hand in dealing the different customers and target client in their hotel. So as to the methodology of my paper, the purposive sampling was employed and selecting 4 female banquet sales employees from 2 different hotels or 2 different standard hotels in Bacolod City. Structured interview was employed using the audio recording for the accurate documentation. Likewise, qualitative research design was used in our paper. So, for the rigors of our findings, we use the thick description for the credibility, transferability, purposive sampling. Likewise, a stepwise replication and code recode strategy for the transferability and confirmability for our audit trail. And the researchers used the thematic analysis of Braun and Clark 2006. And for the ethical consideration of our paper, so we asked the voluntary approval of our respondents, and also we give them informed consent, and they have the right to withdraw in case they don't want about the topic about the study. Okay, so as to the result of my paper, so it was presented here that out of our interview, we come up with the 5 major themes, namely the traits of employees, the duties and responsibilities, experiences of employees, either good experiences and the bad experiences, their adversities while working, and knowledge in skills and development. So in this study, dwelt into the various aspects of banquet sales employees, including their individual traits, their duties and responsibilities as employees in the hotel, and also it shows that they encountered a positive and negative experiences in handling the different customers, in dealing with different clients. Also, the exploration of adversities faced and the opportunities for knowledge and skills development. By the comprehensively analyzing these facets, this study provides experiences and aim to foster greater appreciation for their contribution and promote strategies to enhance their well-being in their workforce. So that is the result of our findings. And these are the different traits, as you can see on my screen, if you can read there. Some of the traits are patience, manage wide range of client. They wanted to meet the demand of the client, treat their client with calmness, attentiveness, and also particular solutions, especially if there's problems arises. So it's stated here in the result of the traits. Under the experiences, they have sampled there in the good training, good experiences, training and development, high remuneration, and relationship with colleagues and employer. As to their bad experiences, work-life balance, because they have these issues in their work-life balance, because sometimes they need to stay more than 8 hours in the hotel. They are required to stay more than 12 to 15 hours in the hotel, especially if there is a large function or large bookings. As to their duties and responsibilities, some of the responsibilities came up with this in our study during our interview. They are very responsible for coordinating and managing the events, and they are trying to ensure the seamless execution and fostering a positive client relationship. So good client relationship and rapport is very important. And also, they are in terms of the knowledge and development, so they wanted to improve more and to have a wide variety of the knowledge. And for my conclusion, as hotel employees, specifically banquet sales, there are many different experiences you might endure, a positive or negative experiences. The most significant aspect is to learn from failures. It's stated that they are going to learn from their failures and apply the competence in their workplace. These distinct encounters have capacity to mold us not only for the employees, but also to the individuals. Furthermore, there are little information on how employees regard hospitality as vital in their performance and services delivery process. Hence, influence client satisfaction, feelings, and actual experiences is very important. And as a result, there is an increasing need for a research into employees' perception on hospitality. So there is a further study, hopefully, so the employees' perception on hospitality and how it may influence their behavior and perceptions on their organizational practices. So with that, these are my references in my paper. So thank you so much, and that ends my presentation. So I am now ready for some of your clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation. Any questions, as Madam has asked for it? Any questions from the audience? All right, no questions. So
thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
And bye. Next, this is Madam Dominica is the last presenter. So I think we have come to the end of the International Conference on Management and Social Sciences 2023, which is held in Bali, Indonesia. Now, I would like to put forward the Best Prepare Award in the first session. Okay, and then we will try to I just want to
Dr. Amal,
Yeah.
one more presentation is there.
It's still there, still there. Okay, who is that?
Yeah, Dr. Dominica. We will be playing the presentation right now from our end.
Whose presentation is that?
Dr. Dominica.
It's my presentation, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay.
I cannot, it's a, on my computer, I cannot start sharing my screen because the other participant is still sharing.
Yeah, we'll just settle the things, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Good day. My name is Dominica Maris B. Malyari, and today I'm going to present to you our research. The title of this paper is The Level of Vocabulary Knowledge and Academic Performance of Selected High School Students, Basis for an Enrichment-Based Work Text with e-version. This research were written by yours truly, Dominica Maris B. Malyari, and with my co-author, Dr. Wilson Cordova. The researchers conceptualized this research to identify the relationship between the level of vocabulary and academic performance of the high school students, to show its importance and help students become competent in both communication and reading comprehension. This research is a correlational and developmental study based on the first quarter English grade and vocabulary test. The participants for this study were the high school students from Starland International School. The result of this study is a 0.5 correlation, a moderate positive correlation. It conveys that both the level of vocabulary and academic performance can affect each other. Many researchers claim that vocabulary contributes significantly to the foundation of students' knowledge and understanding. Based on studies about vocabulary, students with an adequate vocabulary foundation have good reading comprehension. For the research design, the researchers use quantitative research, a correlational and developmental study based on the first quarter English grade and vocabulary test, for the purpose of identifying its connection. The researchers collected the data through the use of demographic survey, vocabulary test, and first quarter English grade. The survey questionnaire served as the guide for students' background information. The vocabulary test measured the level of vocabulary knowledge, and the first quarter English grade determined the academic performance of the students. For the conclusion, the graph showed a 0.5 correlation, a moderate positive correlation between the level of vocabulary and academic performance of the students in English subject. It conveys that both vocabulary and academic performance can affect each other. The vocabulary test that the researchers used was from the website lextutor.com. The website presented different types of vocabulary tests, the language that they used, the receptive and productive vocabulary of the test, its frequency basis, and the research supporting the test. Thank you so much for listening. All the best for the best in you.
Thank you so much, madam. So any questions on this presentation? All right. Perhaps this is the last presenter, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. There. So we have come to the conclusion of the International Conference on Management and Social Sciences 2023, which is held at Bali, Indonesia. Now, I would like to give the results of the first session for the best paper presentation. May I, or may I?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As per the panel, the best paper for the first session goes to two of the presenters. One is Zaren Gaddi, and the second best paper goes to Juebli Racho. Congratulations to both of you. I'm waiting for the second session result. Once I get it, I'll announce it. All right. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes. All right. I'll just like to announce the
For
best.
Dr.
Yes.
Aman, for the
Yeah.
second session, we have Best Paper and Best Presenter Award.
Yes.
So I would like to announce the
Yeah,
best
please,
paper.
please. Yeah,
The
please.
best paper presenter goes to Dr. Sharmila Sharan. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations,
And
ma'am. Congratulations.
best presenter goes to Dr. Areen. Congratulations, ma'am. Dr. Areen, are you there? Okay, no problem. We'll be sending the certificates to everyone in their email. I would request everyone to open their cameras so that we can have a group photo. Much. Lay the ticket.
I can't open my photo. The host stop the photo.
अरे लियो को कौन stop कर दे चुके कौन देख लो?
I can't open. You can. It says here that my video, the host stop it.
I'll check once. I hope everyone is ready for the group photo.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Ready, 1, 2, 3, start. Give a smile. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining the event.
Thank you so
Making
much.
this event a successful one.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.